Okay, welcome everybody. It's now 6 o'clock, and I'm calling to order this regular meeting of the Sunnyvale School District Board of Education. This meeting is available in English and Spanish. Would the translator please give instructions on translation services available?
Good evening, everyone. The Zoom interpretation feature will be used in this meeting for English and Spanish support. All participants on this call must select their language of preference by clicking the language when the host turns on the interpretation feature. This is found in the world icon located on your feature panel. Interpretation for this meeting will be simultaneous. Thank you for your attention and collaboration. Buenas tardes. Se utilizará la función de interpretación de Zoom para soporte en inglés y español. Todos los participantes de esta llamada deben seleccionar su idioma de preferencia haciendo clic en el idioma correspondiente cuando el anfitrión active la función de interpretación. Dicha función se encuentra en el panel de herramientas en el icono del globo terráqueo. El modo de interpretación para esta reunión será el simultáneo. Gracias por su atención y colaboración.
Thank you. Please note that a recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the recording may capture sounds of those attending our meeting. I see that all board members are present, so we can begin. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Trustee Maginot to read the Living Land Acknowledgement.
Sunnyvale School District is located on the ancestral and unceded land of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, who have peacefully honored and cared for this land for thousands of years. We recognize that every member of the Sunnyvale community continues to benefit from the use and occupation of this land. We acknowledge our responsibility to learn from the wisdom of the Ohlone people and to consider how we might work to repair injustices and to move forward together in honorable ways.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to item 2, the approval of the agenda. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak on this item, which is only the approval of the agenda, please use the raised hand feature on Zoom, as I see no one in the room. Okay, board, I would like to strike item 3 for now, which is the oath of office. It's ceremonial, and because we swore in Trustee Profeta the other night, after we unanimously appointed her, we offered her a little time to consult with her family so that she could find a date that worked for all of them to come and be a part of the ceremony. So, we'll see the item on the agenda in the future. Could we approve the agenda with the amendment of striking agenda item 3?
I move to approve the agenda without item 3 or 3A.
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the agenda? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, chair votes aye, and the agenda is approved. We're on to item 4, public comments on closed session items. I see no one in the room. Online, if there's any member of the public who wishes to speak on the closed session items, please use the raised hand feature now. None. Okay, the topics for tonight are conference with labor negotiator, CSEA, SEA, and SCCAMP, and item 4B is public employee performance evaluation, superintendent. It is now 6:05 p.m. We will be taking a 5-minute break after closed session and hope to return by 7 p.m. Thank you. So Chelsea Ching and Eileen Lay were both there. And it was all of their first tour there. And there were people there from the county Office of Supportive Housing. And so it was really productive because we had people looking at it from those different lenses. So the two things that they talked about were transportation, pediatric care, and fencing. And so I think all those pools of people are gonna be working on those things, which is really important. And they just talked about the joy of seeing the kids from our district go on the little school bus. They're picked up before everyone else, they're dropped off after everyone else, so nobody on the bus would ever know like where the destination is. And they just kind of, she says the kids like bounce onto the school bus and bounce off of the school bus. They just feel very the families are just so grateful for the transportation arrangements, and they said, they also mentioned that it's a pleasure to work with our McKinney-Vento coordinator, and how that he's gone out there a few times and like helped, intake, and they're trying to really build that school to supportive housing relationship for the transition. So I just wanted to point that out. That's my only comment for tonight. Thanks.
So I'm gonna name some of the people that you mentioned. So the person who was responsible and thought about as a bus driver, like, hey, what's the most respectful way to do this and route it, was Denise Walker, who's always thinking about kids, and she's just wonderful. And I think Manny is probably the person you're thinking about who's gone out to the shelter to help with registration and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm really proud of our employees. Couple of things that I want to remind you of, board, and some of these will include in the weekend update as well. So first of all, from SF Squared, that's Schools for Sound Finance. That is the organization that advocates for community funded districts like us. First of all, their spring symposium is April 22nd. That's a Tuesday from 9 to 2 in Sacramento. The first hour from 9 to 10 is specifically for newer board members. So that's recommended. And then from 10 to 2 would be kind of for everyone else. So they kind of give you the nuts and bolts. If you're able to attend, again, I'll put that in the weekend update, but please let Jesus know so we can register you. I'll be going up the night before because I'm on the board for that. And if you can't, that's not the end of the world either, but like it's really good the learning is good. They're advocating for us for funding for transitional kindergarten for the public. When the state created transitional kindergarten, they ran the numbers on how much money would need to fund transitional kindergarten for every child in the state of California. And then they set aside that money, but then they didn't send that money to community funded districts. The money is there, but they didn't send it to community funded districts. And that's been a long-standing fight, really, that we've been engaged in as Schools for Sound Finance on our behalf. Legislation to fund transitional kindergarten is likely to be coming from Assemblymember Addis from the Central Coast. He's specifically for San Luis Coastal School District. He's advocating for them. Also, the smaller school districts, there's a smaller school district association. They're especially hard hit by this. So there's some movement afoot for legislation. Also, our mandate claim, we're one of two lead complainants, us and Hope School District, which is a tiny school district, and us, have a claim winding its way through the bureaucracy in Sacramento. We expect that to be heard in May. More on that hopefully to come, and hopefully good news. Okay, some things to mark your calendar if you can. El Camino will be having their board meeting, El Camino Hospital District, at Ellis School on March 28th. It will begin with a tour at 2:00. And so we need to know who would be there for that. So again, that'll be in the weekend updates. Shoot me and or Jesus a note if you're planning on attending that. Again, it's not required, but if you can be there, that'll be kind of nice because they want to do some outreach. They're going to visit Ellis and the different things that really they fund there. Paul is organizing a board visit to Sunol School. Sunol School is a continuation school run by the County Office of Education. We typically have a student, maybe two, sometimes none at Sunol, but it's a school that often serves our students. So those tours work for Sunol School on Friday mornings. So if you're interested in going, again, let me know, and then we can do multiple tours, but they kind of only want like maybe 2 at a time. And then,
board members at a time?
yeah, because they don't want a big group because it's not a big school. We want to respect that. And then finally, Coast to Coast, and I forgot what the dates are. I'm signed up for it. However, all of a sudden, a couple of conflicts have come up. If no one else wants to go, I'll still go. But if someone else wants to go, let us know and we'll figure out who could go and just take my spot. So Coast to Coast is in Washington, DC. Let's see, it's like April 26th to May 1st or something like that. And it happens every year, so if you can't do it this year, maybe we could do it next year. But there's an opportunity now because we have that. And we can also get almost all the money back. That's an option too.
It's April 27th to May 1st.
Yeah, I think you have to fly out on the 26th.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're Isabel and Bridget are going.
Yeah.
And if anyone else is interested, let me know. Okay, and that's all I have. That's kind of a lot.
That's great, thank you. Okay, we are on to item 8, comments from the Sunnyvale Education Association. If there is an official representative online, please use the raise hand feature if you wish to speak. Okay. We're on to item 9, seeing none, we're on to item 9, comments from the California School Employees Association. If there is an official representative online, please use the raise hand feature if you wish to speak. Okay, seeing none, thank you. If we're on to item 10, comments from the public. So this is the time to comment about things that are not on the agenda. This portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public. However, provisions of the Brown Act Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Time limits allocated to public testimony are 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes for public comments. Speakers are asked to give their name and affiliation so that an accurate record is reflected in the minutes. I have one card here. If you are online and would like to speak on non-agendized items, please use the raised hand feature now. We have one online. Okay, as a reminder, per our bylaw 9323, the board shall not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, programs, services, acts, or omissions. During public comment, we encourage speakers to discuss issues with civility, to treat people whose opinions differ from their own with respect, and to focus on ideas, policies, and values. Okay, so we have one person in person to speak on this item. We'll hear from Michelle Eugenie first, and then we will go to the one person online. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Thank you. Michelle, go ahead when you're ready. The timer is on the.
I have to do something, don't I?
Go ahead, turn that on.
Thank you. I know enough to know what I don't know. Thank you, I'm Michelle Eugenie, and I am here tonight as a volunteer. I shared with you a sample of something that I made with the kindergarten classes today at Cherry Chase Elementary School. And it is a long-standing activity. Sorry, Jeremy, you missed out, but I have more I can happily share. It's a long-standing activity that I've been doing as a garden volunteer at Cherry Chase Garden. And I was inspired in so doing by the comments from so many students, current and former, as I was preparing for this activity, as well as parents, teachers, staff, who think of this activity fondly and rave about the impact that it has on their kids. And it brought to mind the fact that we have beautiful campuses And a lot of money and attention, really thoughtful attention, is put into maintaining them, improving them, beautifying them, and that we live also in a beautiful climate, that even in times of drought, we have ways to grow beautiful things. And if I see one more crepe myrtle planted, I might cry, because we have a beautiful opportunity for biodiversity in these natural settings. And I see at our schools across the district that a portion of the campuses are used really thoughtfully and intentionally, really well, intensively. But then there are corners and segments of our campuses that are largely overlooked. And I recognize it's a practical issue, but one of the areas that is so sadly overlooked, and right now you can see examples of that at both Vargas and Cherry Chase and other schools that have longstanding gardens that may have suffered with the pandemic with a massive loss of parent volunteer energy and attention, are our school gardens. And I would like to encourage our school board, our district leaders, and staff to please think about promoting more intentionally the use of our outdoor spaces and our growing spaces on our campuses for learning. It doesn't mean you have to do a new lesson. It means taking it outside of the classroom. We don't get that much rain. It's not that cold outside. We could get outside of those classrooms. And the kids, when they're outside of the classrooms, yes, at first, they're a little bit of a handful. They got to get used to it, just like any other new place. But then the explosion of learning and engagement that happens is profound. And so I come tonight and ask you to please support outdoor learning spaces, encourage extending the classroom, be intentional about it, empower your teachers explicitly to teach outside and use the campus more widely. Invite our students to be stewards of our schools. It will impact our campuses now and for a very long time to come. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, we have our online caller.
We have Gita, I believe, Golakota.
Okay, welcome Geeta. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dean, Dr. Gallagher, and respected board members. I have 3 points to comment on today. One is my son attends Ellis Elementary, and as you know, it's a larger school with 750 students, and it has a principal and a vice principal. And as part of an SCF site visit, I was visiting Sunnyvale Middle School, and I noticed that it is close to 1,000 students, and it has 3 vice principals and 1 principal. So I was wondering if there is a way to have Ellis have another vice principal, so the workload could be equally shared, and we could see more progress with respect to the student outcomes and in general the school running as well. And Mrs. Fisher does an excellent job, but she is overworked clearly, so that is one request. The second thing is I want to tag on to what Michelle Eugenie said just now, which is expanded learning opportunities, but also from a special education perspective, I see that the occupational therapy rooms that we have in our schools across the district are disproportionately small. Occupational therapy requires a larger space, and even if the services are not provided, I feel that those calming areas, those spaces where the kids can get a variety of inputs, vestibular, proprioceptive, and tactile inputs, should be made available to all students freely and readily made available. This could be done also in a playground setting. So I hope in future facilities master plan, I hope we can take this into consideration. In addition, one of the other things that I've noticed is majority of the lower grades are not getting a proper physical education taught by a physical education teacher. And I would wish this changes, because the brain-body connection cannot be ignored, and these kids need to connect their bodies and brains so they can perform better in the school setting. So when we are looking at increased student outcomes, I wish this be taken into consideration. It's an easy investment for the district and can reap so much benefit for the students in every way. I mean, neurodivergent kids or typical kids, because these bodies are learning through their environment, whether it is outdoor learning, whether it is gardening or PE, needs to be essentially available to them. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is it for that one. Thank you so much for that item. Thank you so much for commenting on items not on the agenda. We are on to item number 11, which is the consent agenda. Any item on the consent agenda is subject to review and discussion prior to being approved by the board. If necessary, any items may be removed for separate action. The public may address the board regarding any items on the consent agenda. Is there any member of the public present, either here or online, who wishes to make a comment on the consent agenda or pull an item from consent to comment on it and to have a separate consideration or vote? There is one. Okay, since you're online, I don't need a public speaking card. Is there only one? Okay, super. So with that, we can have our first comment.
Her name is Denise. Her last name? Oh, she lowered her hand. Okay, never mind.
Okay, so no comments on the consent agenda. Let's see. So would a member of the board like to pull any item for a separate consideration and vote?
I would like, this is a comment, but still, I would like to comment about G, on the consent agenda.
Is your microphone on?
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
That yes, I would like to just make a quick comment on the school safety plan, that's 11G, but that's it.
Do we need a second?
So do we need to pull it to?
Yeah.
Just make a
sure.
motion.
Make a comment?
Make a motion for everything except for G.
Okay, so I make a motion for everything except 11G.
I second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Board discussion, you want to start? For,
Well, no, this
oh,
is
we'll
not a
vote on the
discussion, this is
everything,
a-
but, okay. So we're not discussing it, so let's vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, chair votes aye, so the consent agenda minus item G passes. So now we can discuss item G.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Do we need to make a motion before it gets discussed?
We do usually, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
we
let's,
discuss the item, isn't it? That we put out.
oh, that was for the consent, so now we make an emotion.
Okay, so I make a motion to open, don't we ask the public first?
No, because
No,
the
we
public
already
has
asked.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I make a motion to discuss the 11G, talk about 11G item on the
To
agenda.
approve it,
To approve.
I'll
for
second.
the purposes of discussion.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to open the idea again. I think I say it on public again, but just in case I haven't said it on public, and just to Mike, that I think it would be a good idea to have as part sort of our safety school plan, videos, CCTV videos, somewhere in campus, maybe in the offices, entrance or something like that. So it's something to consider for next year or whatever.
So to explore expanding the video.
Yeah, I know that we have in some middle school in some particular places, but I was thinking that it would be good to explore the option of offices and entrance and exits in general. I don't know, just wanted to put it out for
Okay.
consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, that was it. So do we need to approve it?
Peggy?
I also had wanted to pull it, so I'm happy that you did. I understand that this is a compliance document, I'm happy to approve it, but I also want to bring up some kind of conversations that have been occurring in the public around safety and maybe just bring them to to the board here, and maybe if there's interest to agendize or talk further, just issues about bullying or cyberbullying and suspensions, expulsions, that type of thing in context of the school demographics, as well as like the fencing and security around our schools. I know that they are not all closed. And so that's something that is that people have been commenting to me about. So just I think this school safety plans should generally be not on the consent agenda, just so that we're able to talk about these things.
It seems like we do talk about some of these things in other places. I think that we talk about, well, maybe it was just because we were doing the strategic plan, but we talked a lot about suspensions and expulsion rates by demographic and we talk about them when we talk about other.
Yeah,
and also bullying as well with the.
What I would recommend is, in preparation for upcoming governance team development meetings, think of not just under the safety plan, but any topics that you think deserve more in-depth conversation. Because an activity that we'll do is we'll go through and we'll talk about them as a governance team, and then you'll rank them, and then we'll prioritize them for inclusion on future agendas. So I think if you do the whole comprehensive safety plan, that's too much. But like cameras, like that could be a topic, or bullying, that could be a topic.
Like
So
restorative justice was
restorative
something that came
justice.
up in my mind, yeah.
yeah, whatever. So think of all those topics, and then we can prioritize them for future discussion.
And we can do that at the March meeting.
That's what we should do there.
And then for me, also one of my topics on there would be gun safety training, as an update for gun safety. I think we talked to Moms Demand Action and some other groups that had, and the police department had talked about giving away gun locks, and there's some legislation around requirements of, like, we have to give people a piece of paper that talks about gun safety now, so I think that we could, just check in with that. And then the other one that relates to the safety plan is the code red drills and best practices around that. I know we work a lot with public safety, and we don't have anyone. I saw one clip of one, like someone was talking about a code red drill, and they showed the kids like hiding from an actor who was dressed up as a gun person, and I was like, oh, we don't do that, so but I think it would be helpful to understand, like, as they're developing, the effects of like what even the drills have on kids, that we really make sure we're doing as much as we can to not traumatize the kids by the drills we need to do. So that would be also related to the safety plan. Okay, anything else we want to chat about? Okay, so are we ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, chair votes aye, measure passes, thank you. All right, we are on to item 12, presentations. 12A is our technology plan, artificial intelligence literacy update, with Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and Information Systems, Mr. Jeremy Mishima. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board and executive cabinet members and audience member. Nice to see you, Michelle. The item before you tonight is about a 40-minute presentation on a topic that's probably on many of our minds, artificial intelligence. You approved the AI EDU MOU last meeting back in February, so thank you for that. And so we thought it'd be great to bring a representative who's a human from AI EDU to ensure that we understand kind of what we're working with. So I'd like to introduce Lindsay Berger, a senior program lead from AI EDU, to kind of lead us through this process. I'll pop up and kind of tie in what we've started, and then we're going to end with kind of where we're going. So that's the next 40 minutes or so. So strap in.
Wow, what an intro.
Lindsay.
Thank you. All right, so I know you guys got kind of an overview of AI EDU in your board material, so I'm not going to go deep into that. Does the clicker?
No. This is a turn on.
Oh, okay. I guess I could have tried that.
That's okay. Try that.
Thanks.
Hey.
All right, great. But I'll give you just kind of a brief overview of who I am. So I have over 15 years of experience in education. I started my career as a 10th and 11th grade history teacher. I've had many different roles in the education world since then. Most recently was at Seattle Public Schools, where I oversaw our professional growth and educator support department, and came to AIEDU about 6 months ago now, not because I necessarily am an expert in AI. I think really there's no experts in many definitions of the term, but because I really genuinely feel like AI is the thing right now. It is the thing that is most important to either closing our digital divide or making it greater. And so for me, that speaks so much to our equity with students and the importance of ensuring that all students have access to things that are going to make them successful in their lives and careers. So let's talk a little bit about where we work, because I think one of the big value adds of AIEDU as an organization is that we do work all over the country. So we're able to bring to you all and to districts that we work with information about how other districts are doing the same thing so that you don't have to grapple with it alone. So you can see up here that our curricular resources are actually in use in all 50 states. And then we have deeper partnerships with some of the states highlighted in navy over there. So Hawaii, we are working with several districts in California, including yours. San Diego Unified, I'm going to show a little bit of a case study with them. Anaheim Unified High School District, Contra Costa County Office of Education, and several others. So, and then Ohio, we are doing a lot of work in Ohio, Maryland, Florida, New Mexico, and Colorado. So just to give you a sense of that. So here's our plan for today. We have two main objectives, as Jeremy shared. We're going to just kind of build some shared understanding of AI, the current state. And then we're going to explore your district's current level of readiness, understand another district's process, and then discuss the objectives of this AI task force that we want to build. All right, so our current state, what's happening? So I'm going to start with this definition because I think it anchors our conversation to have a common definition of what is AI. You'd be surprised how many different definitions there are out there about what AI is. So this is the one our organization uses. Technology that leverages massive data sets and computational power to make predictions, increasingly impacting various aspects of our daily lives. So I mentioned I came to AIEDU about 6 months ago. And when I first came to AIEDU and really started to understand the kind of ecosystem of AI, there were a lot of things that felt very confusing because AI is changing so rapidly, right? Our system is so large. And so this image really helped kind of ground my understanding of what AI is, and I hope it'll do the same for you. So one way to think about artificial intelligence is kind of as this really big umbrella term. There's a lot of things that fit underneath the concept of artificial intelligence, such as machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, and generative AI. Artificial intelligence being kind of the main idea of a machine learning how to do things that's kind of human-like. We're going to dig into two main types of AI that I mentioned. The first is this one of machine learning. So up until a few years ago when ChatGPT came on the scene, this is how we thought of AI. Actually, many of us didn't even know what we were using or interacting with was AI, but it was. So things like using YouTube and having it predict what you wanted to watch next. Things like Instagram pulling up on your feed things or people that you may want to look at. All of these are examples of machine learning, prediction, and curation AI. A few years ago, when ChatGPT and generative AI came on the scene is when the idea of AI really blew up. So you can see over here on the left-hand side, there's some examples of generative AI, ChatGPT, Claude, and what you all use in your district, Gemini. These are things that use large sources of data to make predictions and then generate outcomes and results based on those data sets. So there are a lot of examples of what generative AI looks like in the world. And I'm gonna show just one of how this looks actually in our education setting. This is just an example. And what I want you to think about is just kind of how the young student over here, this is actually Sal Khan, if any of you recognize him from Khan Academy. And this is his son over on the left. And I want you to kind of think about as you watch this, how his son interacts with the tool that he's using and what comes up for you. So we're gonna go ahead and play, and I'm gonna not have you.
I'm here with my son, and I'd love you to tutor him on this math problem, but don't give him the answer. You can ask questions and nudge him in the right direction, but I really want to make sure he understands it himself. And he's here in the room, so you can talk to him directly.
Of course, I'd be happy to help. Let's look at the problem together. Can you first identify which sides of the triangle are the opposite, adjacent, and hypotenuse relative to angle alpha?
All right, so I'm pretty sure this is the angle alpha right here, right?
Perfect. That's correct. Now, looking at the triangle, which side do you think is the hypotenuse?
Really,
Remember the hypotenuse?
I'm not totally sure. I think it might be this one, but I really am not sure. This side AC.
You're close. Actually, side AC is called the adjacent side to the angle alpha. The hypotenuse is the longest side of a right triangle and is directly opposite the right angle. Can you find which one is the hypotenuse?
Oh, okay, I see. So, I think the hypotenuse is this really long.
Video and I could watch it several more times. I think it's a really interesting example, but again, it just serves as an example so that you can really see how sophisticated tools are and how many different types of tools our teachers are contending with, our students are contending with, and what they look like in practice.
I'm here with my...
Oops. There we go. Okay. So I want you guys to just, I'm going to have you read this kind of silently to yourself for just a minute. Okay. So you'll see I have a picture of the bike down here. I also have a picture of a race car because what we are feeling right now is that when the computer came onto the scene, it changed the way we did everything in our life, right? AI is going to do that to a greater degree. And so if our students only have the bicycle and not the race car, what does that do for our equity issues? I want you to just kind of think about that for 15 seconds or so on your own. Okay. So a human-centered approach. I think there's a lot of fear around AI, especially with our teachers, with our parent communities, with our students even. And so when we think about implementing AI, one of the ways that we at AIEDU try to do it is through this human-centered approach. This is what we have found makes it feel less scary, makes it feel like we still need to bring humans and center humans in the work. And so I want to just share a little bit about that too. I'm going to read this quote because it resonates with me, especially on this topic of having a human-centered approach. I often tell my students not to be misled by the name artificial intelligence. There is nothing artificial about it. AI is made by humans, intended to behave by humans, and ultimately to impact humans' lives and human society. So I want you to, again, I'm just going to give you some independent think time. We're not going to do a turn and talk right this second, but I want you to think about these three questions. So what does it mean to be human? What skills are uniquely human? And how do we cultivate those skills? Take a few seconds on your own to just think about those questions and how you might answer them. Okay. So we're gonna kind of come back to some of these questions. So I want to give you a little bit of think time, and then we'll have some time to kind of talk with each other in a minute. So AI EDU spends a lot of time defining core concepts, things like AI literacy, AI readiness, understanding, the human advantage elements to implementing AI. And we do a lot of research around that to help us in defining these things. And so we interviewed thousands of teachers and practitioners to kind of understand how are they experiencing AI in their work as practitioners and what is most important to them. And what was really interesting to us is that you can see up here, the majority of educators consider AI literacy important. That was only rated at 54%. So it's important, but it's not their most critical thing, of course. These things over here though, oops, I pushed the wrong button. Get me back, okay, thank you. These things over here, let me get my pointer, are our human skills. These are the things that they care about, that are critical to our students. Things like social emotional skills, critical thinking and problem solving, communication and collaboration. These are the human advantage skills, and these are what we need to leverage when we implement AI with our students and with our educators. And we're gonna talk a little bit about what that looks like in practice and how to do that. So AI readiness, I'm gonna kick it over to Jeremy for a couple slides.
Sure. So one of the, in the questions for the board meeting, someone asked, are we behind? And I answered resoundingly, no, we're not behind. And I think that's kind of a relative statement in the sense that, like Lindsay was saying, the industry is moving so fast that technology and districts across Santa Clara County, the state, and the nation are struggling to make meaning of this. So I guess no one's has this dialed in, and I've been able to attend several different workshops and summits, and we're no district, no matter how big or small, we're all in the same place. So I'm very confident in our human-centered approach. And so the past 10 months, we've started back in the May workshop, and you have all this information. We've been able to touch about 100 individuals within our system, so that's roughly 1 out of every 8.5 employees in the district is how we're starting with this inside-out approach. I want to focus on the adults first, which is then going to lead to impact with our students. And so that's kind of our theory of action. And so where we are now, impacts to date is identifying Gemini as our district's LLM. That might seem like a no-brainer, but this was very important because at the time there was these multiple large language models coming out. People were starting to get excited. Teachers and all over the state were dumping information in, and there's privacy concerns. There's there's just a lot of data things other than the use that we need to be mindful of. So I appreciated our little bit of our slow approach. Gemini is already built into the Google Workspace, and we're that's already something all employees are familiar with. And now we just need to know how to utilize this tool. So we've, with those 100 individuals, we've received staff feedback from them and identifying potential use cases. And then we're in the process right now of developing and basically starting at the lowest level of AI productivity built into our Google Workspace. And so some of the wish lists from our talking with our teachers would be language and learning goals, AI helping develop that, drafting emails, report card comments, quizzes and worksheets, newsletter creations. You can see, so that's a great place for this to start utilizing the protections and privacy that we have already with the Gemini component. So we've started a pilot. Jonathan Watts has been working on a Google Doc extension that we can deploy then to only our realm to help teachers be able to do language and learning goals within our thing. So we're testing that piece. It's low level, right? It's already built into a tool that they're already using, and it's just a start. So imagine then if we're able to roll out several other of these tools, this to free up time for our teachers and staff then to be able to embrace the new things or take on new things that we're trying to do. We want to be very intentional that AI isn't another thing. We're trying to utilize it as a tool to embed within our daily business. So we've built the foundation. We're required to move into the AI readiness, and so the AI literacy portion is coming to an end, and we're ready to jump into AI readiness. So I'm going to call Lindsay back up for that.
All right. Okay, so these two terms that Jeremy just mentioned, AI literacy, AI readiness, what do those actually mean? So if you go back to that slide I showed with some of the research that we had done where we interviewed a lot of practitioners, these definitions are actually the outcome of that work. So we see AI literacy as the collection of skills and knowledge that a person needs to confidently understand, ethically use, and critically evaluate artificial intelligence in a world where AI is ubiquitous. AI readiness is the ability and underlying skills to apply AI literacy to one's professional and personal endeavors. A person is AI ready when they understand interdisciplinary impacts of AI and can apply their human advantage alongside evolving technology and leverage collaboration, creativity, and self-advocacy alongside AI to achieve their life and career potential. So a lot of words. We're going to give you a little bit of an opportunity to let that sink in. But one way to kind of think about one way to think about these definitions is kind of as a continuum. So AI literacy is really critical. We have to build that foundational knowledge among our students and educators. But if we just do that, we won't be giving them the skills that they need to make decisions, learn how to use things that they don't even know exist right now, right? AI is changing so rapidly that we need to make sure that they have these readiness skills so that they can interact with the AI of the future. So what we did to define what these look like in practice and how to kind of progress along this continuum is create this framework. And this framework has 3 parts. So we have a framework that's focused on literacy and readiness competencies for students. So these are concrete skills that will support students in building their AI literacy and readiness. We have a framework that is focused on the same thing, but competencies for educators. So that includes your teachers, your administrators, any staff. And then we have a district readiness rubric. And this rubric kind of actually allows districts to self-assess where they're at in terms of readiness and predict or rather kind of figure out how to get to the next stage of readiness. So what I want us to do now before we dig into the framework, which we're going to do in just a second, is just take a little bit of time to pause, and I am going to give us some time to turn and talk. And I want to connect back everything we've just talked about to our Sunnyvale Portrait of a Learner. And I want you to think about, I know you all are intimately familiar with this. I want you to think about, how does the current state of AI, the concepts of AI literacy and readiness that we just discussed, as well as what you saw, align with the portrait of a Sunnyvale learner? Where does it show up in this portrait? Okay, so I want you to think about this on your own for a little bit, and then turn and talk to somebody sitting next to you.
Yeah, we can. It's a study session. Remember, the meeting is for the kids. How do you think it relates to
all this?
Yeah.
And I think like once
that one.
effective communicating?
Yeah. I think this kind of area right there raises curiosity. Yeah. I think the communication and collaboration aspects feel very like not AI to me. It feels very much like teaching skills, you know what I mean? And so I kind of like naturally have a like that doesn't feel like AI. It feels like the SEL behavioral type things that you know,
like sometimes looking at this in for now, probably we might need as a duty for as long as
yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, like you generate something.
It's just that research is an easier way to
Yeah. Right.
plug in
Yeah.
And then like it's good, right? So it'll
Yeah.
give us a good.
It's more just like you feel like it's like trustworthy, right?
Yeah.
Or like
I
how
think
it's right. And understand
Because it might give
it's
you that I had to go back and check.
Do you you know about my personal training?
Right, yeah.
Like, and I think it's like a church.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I
Connected, right? Being aware that.
like the English, just to-
Yeah, that's where it comes back to crisis. I feel
And then I
like.
said,
Right.
And then it's a plus, so that is more stuff, which one would actually apply.
Right, so
Right,
what
so one
percentage, like.
All right, take about 30 more seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, I know when it's an elected person. Confused, right? You know, usually-
We don't, yeah, we.
and then you can tell. And then you
All
can-
right, finish up your last thought. Okay. I'm gonna ask you to just kind of internalize what you talked about. I heard some of your conversations, some questions about like, I think it lives here, but I'm not quite sure. We're gonna spend a little bit more time digging even deeper, and we're gonna do that using the competencies in the framework that I was just talking about. So what Jeremy's passing out are the student competencies. I mentioned that we have separate competencies for educators, but we're gonna ground our work in the student competencies for right now. So what I'd like for you to do, and the questions are all listed up here, is I want you to first on your own kind of review these competencies. I want you to think about how the domains, so like the different areas within the framework align with Sunnyvale's Portrait of a Learner. So I'm giving you kind of that same ask to go into the Portrait of a Learner, but now within the context of these competencies. And then I want you to think about which competencies feel like areas of strength for your system and which ones feel like areas of growth. Okay, so I want you to do that on your own first, and then we'll do pair share again, and then we'll do some whole group share outs.
Okay, I wish I would have had this, honestly, I wish I would have had this beforehand. This
This-
is not,
okay.
it's very challenging for me to like dive in at this point. So
Yeah.
I just wanna let you know that like for future meetings, I would appreciate these materials ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
That,
It's a good advanced reader.
I prefer to do things in advance.
I hear you.
Thank you.
We can also, I mean, if
It's fine, look, I mean, I'm
Okay,
fine, I'm just saying like, this for future.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask a clarifying question? So you're asking us if our students already know these things within our educational
yeah, I think
system, or like you think because I don't think, I'm not aware, are we teaching them these things yet? I don't think we are. I think that's why
Well, and
we're here.
I think what you'll
Like if
see,
their parents know, then they would know.
yeah,
Right? That's
well,
where
I
we're at.
think what you'll kind of see in the framework too is like, for example, identify and address biases, right? Like that's a general skill, even if you don't apply it to AI.
Right.
So I think what we tried to do with this framework is think about competencies that are focused on those human advantage skills. The first couple, you're right, are kind of focused on like the mechanics of AI. And so that may be an area where as a system, we're trying to grow that by building some of these tools that Jeremy's working on. But I think that there are some other parts of the framework. So be continuously curious about AI's influence. Maybe it's not necessarily AI, but how are you building curiosity in your students, which I'm sure you are doing for sure. Be innovative and persistent in pursuit of solutions, leverage collaboration and self-advocacy in navigating career pathways potentially. So maybe you could think about focusing on which of those feel transferable to the skills that you're trying to grow in your learners.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we start chatting?
Yeah, if you're done reading and reviewing, go ahead and start chatting. Another thing you could think about too is like, when you develop these, where would they live in your portrait of a learner too? Yeah, go ahead and start discussing when you're ready, and then we'll come back together as a whole group.
But like asking questions about how to watch to like ask questions about the sources, right? I just feel like a lot of what's happening a lot of these things are right. It's like things that are that increases because it's good practice.
Well, yeah, and like if you know, think about things, those are just like life skills, right?
Yeah.
But it is hard to think of it in terms of, like,
And that's awesome.
AI, like, structures of AI, you know, for about, we're talking about educators, right? And then like, foundations, right? Like, I feel like that just, right, you know, like, just like, but I just don't, like, AI is just getting like more advanced, you know what I mean? I think we need to really, you know, there's huge equity out there, right, in terms of access, and I'm outside of school, yeah. But I just think that there needs to be literacy taught around that explicitly, because that's like the direction of everything else, right? And I feel like that is a responsibility for us to, like, you know, let's set the foundation for everybody to have that same kind of, you know, top knowledge. It's different than just feel that my foot something that I know, right? It's like, you know, they're even if you don't have, you know, all that, yeah, it's not like voice. And that is, I think that would be really interesting. Oh, what? Like,
Yeah.
Like I used to, right? I mean, some of the things are going to be right? But yeah. The general
All right, let's take one more minute or so to chat and then we'll come back together.
This. But they're very connected, right? They're very connected.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's.
It needs to be built
Picture. The picture.
Yeah.
Like the AI is making
So like without a city lens, I just there's like obligations we have as a district to, you know, in what way? Yeah, supporting all students are
All right. Finish up your conversations and we'll come back together.
We'll know in 10 years, right?
Give us the answer. We'd like the answer.
What,
Can we let
I
them
wish I
back
had
today?
it, I wish I had it. But, you know, I think hopefully,
Odd number.
and I know it is a lot to read. I recognize how late it is for all of you and how much you have on your plates. But I think what's nice about this framework or having a framework, it doesn't ever have to be AI EDUs, but it gives you some kind of a kind of architecture or roadmap to start the work, right? And you can kind of see how it was organized and hopefully it maybe made sense to you, that idea of having a continuum from literacy to readiness. And you can kind of see that the skills that are more of the human advantage skills are in that readiness sphere, okay? So what were some of the big takeaways that came up for you? What did you talk about? Or what did you notice?
I can share one.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, it was kind of in all of them, but especially in B on the first page and then B on the second page. And then I was looking we're only for 8th grade, so I was looking at just the first two.
Yeah.
I didn't go into third column at all. But just, as I was looking at those, like so much of that space is what, like taking the AI specific piece out, like those things are totally what's happening, especially in math. Like, I mean,
that's awesome.
Right? Like that, like, okay, like we have to solve this problem. There are multiple ways to solve that problem. Like, pick one, or like what, like sometimes we'll say, like, what are the different ways we can solve that, right? So I just, as I was reading those, especially in math, but even a little bit of ELA too, right? Like ask questions about the sources used in a response. Right? So a lot of this stuff, I like knowing from my own kids have gone through, but as I go in the classroom and see things, like a lot of that is happening, not necessarily directly to an AI situation, but they are learning those skills, so then it's easily applied.
Right.
When you jump into the
exactly
generative AI space.
Which I think is what we want, because if we just train our students on a tool, they're not going to be ready for success in 5 years, you know, even 6 months or a year. We have to train them on those critical thinking skills, those skills that can be transferable no matter what tools they're using. And that's kind of where we focus our energy. Anything else that came up from one of the other groups?
No, that somehow somehow the critical thinking and all of these that are, again, as you say, like basic things to understand about any technology.
Yeah.
Not just AI,
Right.
I think apply to pretty much all the three of them, except for healthy mind and body. I think for the other three, somehow they can align very easily with our goals.
Right.
You know, think and approach any kind of technology, as you say, that not just this one, or not just about finding reference in internet that is not Wikipedia, understanding what is true or not true. It can come up with whatever comes in 5 or 10 years.
Exactly. So it sounded like you saw a lot of kind of overlap and parallels with. Yeah. Great.
We were saying that in on the last page, on page 8, like for A and C especially, the innovation, being persistent and leveraging collaboration and self-advocacy, that's something we've talked about really wanting kids to direct their own knowledge and their own learning and be accountable for it and participate in that. That was like a big deal as part of coming up with the strategic plan.
That's great.
So I can see that. I'm just I just have a lot of I'm not as enthusiastic about AI as Saul Khan is, we saw him at AC.
Well,
Oh, did you?
Pretty
Okay.
excited, and I just thought, like, he just hasn't seen as much sci-fi as I have, or he took it really differently, like, I just really, like, I got a different message from those movies, I think, so,
You're like in the robot space, like robots are taking over.
Yeah, and so the caution, so I feel like, I'm really curious, and we had a conversation about like how much of this would just be like really just embedded in the work that we're doing rather than a standalone class, so just more like, as you're talking about different things, like it would just be part of the structure of it, because it would just be a tool, right? So I don't know, but I just,
Well, I really appreciate you saying that, and I will say, actually, our CEO, when I was doing my interview with him, he's like, I'm really not that optimistic about AI right now. And I'm like, don't you work at an AI company? I think there's something really meaningful and important about being cautious when we're stepping into this, especially when we're engaging in this with students, and you guys are in a K-8 district. So that's really important to think about too, is like you're working with younger students, not your high school students. And I think that that caution is something really important to bring to our students too. We want them to be cautious about it. That's how we get them to use it in safe and ethical and responsible ways. And they need to know that there are unsafe ways to use this technology, and that's really scary, especially in education and in school. So I really appreciate that, and that is part of what is important to us as an organization and why we really focus on the literacy piece and really understanding the foundational kind of building blocks of this so that we can help students make those decisions about what is safe use.
So can I mention something that coming out for me is I feel like teaching about AI in many ways has to be in the framework of computer literacy in general. And I think if we're thinking about our district and we don't have computer literacy education yet in general. So it's really hard to think about how do we teach these skills around AI without that foundational knowledge. And so, and it also brings to mind a lot of issues about equity and what opportunity gaps are already existent when students are coming into the classroom. And then to echo what Bridget was saying, or maybe not echoing, but I have a lot of concerns about especially like generative AI and all the things that are being produced, and then we as students, like our students might think, oh, this is true, this is fact, and then to be able to teach them to discern fact from not fact, but even as adults, like, can we do that? And I don't know how to teach something we don't already know how to do. And then I start thinking about like the equity of like teachers, how do we expect teachers to do this like on their own within the classroom, also embedded with all the other curriculum. So lots of big thoughts, important topic.
Important question.
Yeah.
I think the idea is that they don't get to just figure it out by themselves. The idea is that we need to have a plan. That's what we're talking, like having a plan. So we teach them the right way to do things, not just to kids, to teachers, to everybody, because we cannot stay behind. But it's a matter of equity that our kids are the tip of the arrow.
It starts before AI.
Right. And I think they're using it, like they're already using it. So how can we Yeah, how can we get in front of that, make sure that they're using it in clear and consistent, fair, responsible ways? We have to address that.
And I think it's not, like, I know it was done because it's Sal Khan and his son, right? But like, if you think about it, you have, send some kid loose with AI on a thing,
Yeah.
like on a computer, like,
Yeah.
are we gonna have someone sitting right next to him, staring
Right.
at him while he's doing it, right? Like, I mean, that was like, that seems like a over subscription of resources
Yeah.
there, you know,
Yeah.
so.
Well,
It was just for demonstrative purposes,
Yeah.
but I mean, it was like, really, there's always that kid in, there's always that kid in class, you know, as
Yeah.
a teacher, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's always that one kid
Yeah.
who's gonna go push the limit on something, and even the little ones.
Yeah.
They're just,
Yeah.
so, you know, it is a little, yeah.
It's,
There's
I
a
think
lot.
there's a lot to think about. And I think also actually, you know, it's funny because I've shown this video sometimes in front of audiences of teachers who are scared and they're like, oh, it made them feel better in a way because they're like, oh, these tools aren't just going to totally replace me. I still do have to be there to help moderate, right? It's not just between the student and the tool. We still need that human advantage piece to step in, although that doesn't help us with our resource constraints, right? So, all right, so lots more to consider here. We are just like tip of the iceberg, right? This is a big conversation that you are all starting. So I wanted to share, I mentioned that we work with districts in lots of different places, and I wanted to share just so you could kind of get a sense of how another district is doing it. We're doing a lot of work with San Diego Unified. I know they are a substantially larger system, but as Jeremy and I have kind of been talking about them as a case study, we understand what would need to shift in order to make sense for your district, for the size of your district. But you can kind of see the process that we've taken in San Diego. So it's a multi-stakeholder task force. They have actually over 60 members on the task force, kind of representative of the size of their district. They range from teachers to school leaders to many district officials, some students actually, and a couple of community members. And you can see that what we started with actually over here in meeting 1 and even meeting 2 was kind of building our shared understanding and our common definitions together first. Then we actually kind of broke up into smaller subgroups, and each subgroup has been working on their own to come up with some acceptable use guidelines around specific topics. So we have one group that's focused on acceptable use for students, one group that's focused on acceptable use for teachers, one group that's focused on acceptable use in health and wellness settings. So those different groups are coming up with their own guidelines. And then each group will kind of be presenting their guidelines later in March, the middle of the month, and then giving feedback on those guidelines. And then those will ultimately be submitted to senior leadership and the board for approval. So that's kind of how their cycle has worked. This is just an example of what the small groups have been producing. So they've been kind of working through this worksheet where they actually do some research. They think about their stakeholder analysis, their landscape analysis. So what existing tools do we already use, and then come up with some draft guidelines. So that's just an example, just so you can kind of see what another district has been up to. And then Jeremy's going to talk about your task force.
So in discussions with AIEDU and trying to not reinvent the wheel, I'm here tonight to kind of just give guidance or get guidance that we want to start to form this task force now to start to formalize and get our arms around this big issue that's going to be coming at us if we're ready or not. I always spend a lot of time thinking about what is the cost of action and what is the cost of even inaction. And so I think it's time for us to kind of systemize this, just knowing that there's a lot, everything else that's going on. So the task force would be initially formed kind of this spring, and then I can talk with Cabinet and figure out ways to then have it installed, for lack of a better term, within everything else that we have going on next year. There were a lot of technical questions from the board. Yeah, we have avenues in order for compensation and those types of things, so that would be all put into place. And then the goal would be to take the AIEDU resources, like the San Diego model, and be able to fit it within Sunnyvale's existing structures, right? So that would be kind of the initial goal. So the task force, if formed or when formed, would build a shared understanding of Sunnyvale School District's vision and approach. And then the plan that we're kind of talking about, the AI implementation, is less than a tech plan, if you will, but it's going to be these products that we're producing and to ask or answer some of these questions with what we know now. Because we can spend the whole time and be paralyzed to try to come up with a plan to get our arms around an AI a question that there is no answer to yet. So we want to take these milestones. So the guidelines, policies that they're talking about, how to take the healthy aspects and interactions with AI and embed it into our existing cyber safety curriculum, those types of things. We want to try to embed it across the board. And then over time, the task force would hopefully become more of a steering committee, because AI isn't an IT thing. It isn't a teaching and learning thing. It's becoming spread across the entire system. And then I know there was a question about the board potentially. So I don't know, Lindsay, like, is that in your experience in the handful of districts that are doing this, where's the board role? Could they be an advisory committee? I know they'll approve everything when it comes their way. Just your thoughts.
Yeah, typically, the districts that I'm working with haven't had board members on their committees. What they do is they've kind of built the committee to be like a multi-stakeholder group, and then they use the board as kind of like part of that feedback loop. So they're regularly bringing things to the board, getting feedback, going back, making changes, and then they will ultimately present something to the board for approval.
So that's my initial thought, only because I'd love to be able to pull just kind of staff together. And then the issue that I would run into is that, with two board members being able to serve on a subcommittee or something to that effect, I for this initial part, I want the entire board to be brought along, because like even this toe dip today, it's important that we're getting unified kind of direction. So I think over time, advisory committee would be great, a subcommittee of the board for AI. Initially, would love for staff to come together, put stuff together, bring it to the whole board. I'm happy to come back, and Lindsay's happy to come back to do additional AI literacy hits to the board, readiness then for the board at your level 2, and bring you all along together and then have those kind of merge. That's my thinking. Happy for open for feedback, as we develop that down the line. And I do want to just kind of close, and I was taking notes on your comments from the processing of the Portrait of a Learner and the AI Literacy Readiness Competency. This was just kind of the framework that I had come up with for the goals of the task force for Sunnyvale, right? You saw the plan for San Diego. So policy development, just so that would be an open question. And then what is the appropriate use of AI for staff? Productivity, individualized, personalized instruction for students, like even that, how that even is. I'm not saying we're going to use Solve Khan's tool, but it's the concept of what does that mean for our staff? How does a para position evolve over time with AI? Like, we want to start to wrestle with those questions. Then the next bucket would be students, how to have a healthy relationship with technology, AI, understanding that it is a tool to help them. I made notes. I know, Michelle, you've talked in the past about the misinformation component, and then this whole part about deepfake. Like, it used to be easier to be able to fact check articles, but unfortunately nowadays seeing is believing, and that's a whole new realm that we want to try to get around. Not only appropriate use of deepfakes, but like just be really wary that they. I'm just saying to try to arm our students for that. And that is a huge equity issue, because I am convinced that the next digital divide is going to be those with the knowledge about what AI is, and then those with not, and who are then subject to or beholden to. And then parents, inform them of what the district's policies and use are to help them with, so they're a partner in what we're trying to do. And then this last one is kind of this funny dream, AI literacy skills to help them with their students. And then in other areas, the reason for that is I ran into Victor Rios at CSBA. Santa Barbara, my daughter wants to go, so I tried to chat him up. But we started talking about this AI literacy and AI readiness for parents. Like, what would it look like for a culturally competent parent AI readiness to help them to understand their students, but also what if in their career, like, this is just all coming together in my head. So I apologize to the translators. I tried to hold it together with my excitement, but now that we're actually getting ready to start get going, I'm getting a little excited, so I'm going to take it back down. So today really was just this primer about AI, looking for general guidance to start putting together the bones of a task force with staff, knowing that there's going to be multiple opportunities for board feedback on approval of policy and literacy work, more additional pieces of this, because today really was just that toe in the water component. So that's kind of, I'll pause there because I want a little bit of feedback, and I know we're running, we're up at time, but I just want a little bit of that general discussion and feedback, if that's okay. And then we're gonna leave you with 3, what is that called? Just questions to ponder, right? 3 rhetorical questions. So. President Watson.
I think we're up for public comment, if we're gonna move to discussion. So if there's any comments from the public, if you're the one person in the room, you could fill out a card if you'd like to. Otherwise, if you're online, you could raise your electronic hand. There is one person. So when we're ready, we can have public comments. Gita, welcome. Okay, welcome Gita, you have 3 minutes. The timer is on the screen.
Thank you, board members, Dr. Gallagher and Dr. Dean. This is an excellent presentation. Very happy to see several elements that have a huge potential, while I'm not completely on board with it. But there is an area where I wish our district can explore this further, is the area where we have several students who are non-speaking or minimally verbal, where communication challenges interfere with their academic progress, because many times it's very difficult to know whether they are making academic progress or not, because they don't have a communication modality. It falls in one of the learner profile areas, and I wish the district can explore AI more in that area, where it can help them self-advocate as well as improve communication for these children, so academic progress can be achieved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, board, any questions or comments or thoughts you want to share? We can start with Evelyn. Do you have any questions for the presenters? Just at this time.
Just trying to absorb all the information.
Sure. No, sure.
So going back to the slide, the recommended task force structure. I'm just a little bit curious. Like, I love the list, but that's all like staff people. And so I'm curious if we're not including like community members, like parents or students, kind of what the reasoning is for not including them. And then also it seems like classified is maybe not a part of that list. Anyways, I'm just a little bit curious. Like, is this the all-inclusive list, and why are those ones left off, or what's the thoughts?
Yeah, so thank you for that. So I'll go backwards. Classified staff definitely would want to be represented from the support side and have our both employee associations represented. I think for the initial exploration, because we're starting with the adult-centered and working our way out, that's why it's a staff initial, to be able to create some of these questions and start to put some policies together. And then the plan would be to involve parents, like through, we can run the outreach through the board meetings and public session, study sessions, DLAC and those types of things when we want to start putting that information out. And then my intention would be, when we're ready to be able to understand what we're doing, then we would want to bring in kind of parent advisory groups to then be able to inform that piece. I've talked to other colleagues in districts where they try to do a committee with multiple ed partners, and it gets a little unwieldy because they're all coming at it from different aspects. So I want to get some concrete things accomplished, get vetted, and then be able to put that off to the side and then answer the next thing. Because if we got parents, staff, student representatives in the room, it's going to be a little bit too much at this time to be able to actually gather consensus. So I think the staff group is just working group, and basically, I don't know how to work. Like, we need some internal capacity now then to start putting this together, and then we can accomplish additional feedback through like these other channels, and then evolve the task force into have advisory groups, a steering committee, and maybe a teacher work group and a classified group.
Okay, that's great. So if you might be repeating something that you already said and I didn't quite catch it. So I'm thinking about like we're not necessarily doing the template, but I'm thinking about that San Diego template, right? So there was the 3 areas of like acceptable use educators, acceptable use students, I don't remember what the third one was.
Mm-hmm.
So for this current, like this smaller task force group, would they be creating all 3 of those acceptable uses?
No, this would be starting with staff's use
Okay.
So that we can define that, and then, yes, definitely when we're ready
So like when
for,
we're doing the student one, we would definitely get parent
Correct.
and student input. Okay.
that would be the plan. Yeah, sorry, I should have,
You might have said that,
no,
and I didn't quite.
we didn't, that was just the problem of jumping from the San Diego model to then Jeremy's like thinking, and then I jumped to the end product already, so.
I do that too, so it's fine. Thank you.
Hi, I also have a lot of non-linear thinking around this. But a couple things that you mentioned, Jeremy, that kind of, I was like, what's that all about? I didn't know we had cyber safety curriculum. And then you also mentioned working in alignment with existing projects, or, you know, like there's so much happening that we won't want to detract like a huge resource to dedicate to this, but let's align it with the other project. That's kind of what I heard you to say.
Yeah, let me define again, I apologize, that was my excitement. So our we have Common Sense Media right now, which is deployed at different grade levels to appropriate use of technology. So that's one existing structure that we can embed certain elements of the healthy relationship and understanding information for students. And so that's what I'm trying to say, is that we're not going to create a whole new AI curriculum, if you will. We can use the Common Sense Media by grade level tech skills that we have, and we can embed it into there. So that's just one example. And then I think you did misunderstand me, and I apologize for that. With the existing structures that I'm trying to say is that we can utilize, there's a lot of committees already meeting, there's a lot, right? We have all of this going on. So instead of trying to have the task force hold other things, we would create product and then embed it within existing meeting structures to be able to then deploy the training. So we have, quarterly meetings with all management. So then we would leverage that instead of saying, oh, we're going to hold a new meeting every week about something, right? We have principals meetings here. We have the DLAC committee meeting if we want parent feedback on certain things. I'm trying to be really conscious of not saying, hey, AI is now, move everything else over. We're going to pause everything. That's not what I'm trying to say. We need to start tackling this work, and then we're going to use the existing structures to move
when
that
you
forward.
mentioned the plugin that Jonathan Watts is making to kind of help integrate learning and language objectives into an existing tool.
Yes.
That sounds fantastic.
Yep.
That sounds like a really streamlined, good use to introduce.
Yep.
And I don't. Yes, more of that.
Okay.
Type of like streamlining into existing systems. It just seems so big, and I don't want to really put the cart before the horse in terms of like, I don't know what kinds of computer literacy education is like existent right now across the schools. So just being aware of that equity component and bridging that where we can in terms of just computers.
Yeah, and I guess the way you can correct me if I'm wrong, that I internalized this, like computer science, CSK 12 standards is part of the AI component, but it's not the main answer, because we want to kind of do both, right? That we're not here to turn everybody into a computer scientist. Yeah.
Do we have like a computer literacy task force or something of that sort?
Computer literacy, I don't know
if I'm like mixing concepts,
Okay.
but I'm just like.
We can chat after just about exactly what that means. Okay.
That sounds great.
Thank you.
Okay, so for me, like the case study with San Diego Unified School District, that slide, I guess maybe I'm just not understanding, because like for that one, they had multiple groups.
Yeah.
This was not a task force, this was multiple groups working on it because they're so big.
So they brought everybody together for the first 2 meetings, and then they broke out into subgroups in that second meeting, and then those subgroups met on their own. And actually one of the blocks on that slide was a teacher release day. So that was an additional meeting. Most of the teachers were split between the educator group and the student group, so acceptable use for educators and acceptable use for students. And so on that day, those 2 groups got time out of their work day to work on those guidelines. The other subgroups were mostly staff and could find time during their workday to work on stuff. And then on the 11th, which will be the 3rd full committee task force meeting, everybody will come together and present the guidelines that they drafted and give feedback. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we started as a big group and then split out,
So how many people were on that group?
like 60
60.
in the large group. And then the subgroups, ranged, like some of the groups only had, 5 or 6 and were much smaller. The teacher group was a lot bigger.
Yeah, so Jeremy, when you were saying 15, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
But when you were saying 15 people and, I get it, you're thinking, leadership, management, people who have some, like a lot of expertise, and that can be a focus for them. For me, I know, and you wanna be nimble, right? You don't wanna like get clouded, you wanna get it done. I get it. I love getting stuff done. It's like one of my favorite things. But, so in that efficiency, my only concern is that you might lose some of the buy-in that you need. And so I get it, you're saying like, well, afterwards, we're gonna go and inform, right? But I think probably along the way, there has to be a loop or something, or maybe it'd be advisable to be a loop because, not everybody has different comfort levels with AI, like she mentioned. Ms. Berger mentioned that there was discomfort and teachers had to see the video that like, look, I'm not irrelevant, but I think even more than that, there's just, it is such a huge topic. Like, I just wonder like how we can get some of the buy-in from the group that's actually gonna be using it, and rather than like informing them later. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think, and maybe I didn't touch on this, I feel I'm a half step or quarter step that direction because of the SCA Rep Council, the training that we did. I feel pretty good about that. We were able to have, 2 reps from every site present in that, got their feedback, and that's actually where the language learning goal idea was born, and we want to explore other opportunities. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. In fact, this board feedback was great across the board. So what I want to do then is take all of that, and I think your question is that I want to now, we've heard this, so Lindsay and I can now plan a little bit better, because this was done kind of, just my best guess with this, wanting to get feedback, so.
And I also agree with Michelle's comment about the families and parents
Yeah.
and like others, like other people who are interested in this, because I just think, I just think people have a lot of feelings about it. I mean, it's not even just like what people think, it's how people really feel. They're like, I think Peggy and I had lunch with someone today, and we like just mentioned that this was a topic, and like the face changed, like we're like, whoa, hey, it's like, so, right? I mean,
Very
so it was just so interesting, right? So I think people do have a high register of interest on this.
I'll just share too quickly that San Diego did not have any family members on their task force, but they did run several town hall meetings for family members. So just to give that context.
Isabel?
Yeah, I have now put my thoughts a little bit more in order. They're not in order yet, so sorry about that. I'm just thinking, because we have
The
already,
running like
like
Jeremy.
Ready.
bubbles and arrows. So I'm thinking like because we've done the processes with the strategic plan and the facility plan, and
Well, we did with
we
the
are
tech
used
plan
to this.
too. We did it, like when she was talking, when you think about the tech plan.
Yeah, and the
Right.
tech plan, so we are always thinking about, these subgroups of people getting together and, a facilitator, well, today we're gonna talk about wellness, and they tell you 2 things, and then you respond to that, and so I just immediately went to that as a reference, like, oh yeah, that's how we do things, but I don't know if it's gonna look like that, I just imagine like, yes, some of the sort kind of process that you're gonna figure out. It's gonna be super smart, and hopefully it's gonna have parents involved. But I'm very hopeful about this. That video that they always put in conference, where you have the 2 rooms in the kids that are trying to figure out the questionnaire with encyclopedias, and the other ones who have internet and the computers. And the ones with encyclopedia are just trying to find the first concept, while the other ones have the whole thing together. So I'm still thinking like, well, this is equity thing, so we need to run with the times. And yeah, I get it. I suppose I'm more into less Asimov and HAL 9000 and more into Jim Roddenberry and Benevolent TARDIS kind of
Yeah.
focus. So
Yeah.
hopefully we're
Interesting
gonna
sci-fi
handle
too.
it and do okay. Than in the other scenario, but I also thinking another of my bubbles with arrows, so very dispersed kind of chain of thought, not chain at all. I'm thinking more on the, on the scouts, every year, the kids need to sign, to go through a little web thing, and they, every year they learn about safety on internet and safety on social media and how to behave and general, like it's a very quick thing, but they need to do it every year when they renew it.
There's cybersecurity chip, right?
Yes, a cybersecurity chip.
Mhm.
So I know that we as parents sign something sometime during our school time with the kids, so we are aware and the kids are aware. I don't know if we do anything of the sort periodically, every few years or ever. I know that my kids have been very savvy and they are the ones who condemn all the stuff, the wrongdoers of AI and how it's cheating and all that, but I don't think they should be afraid either. So yeah, take away the fear from the kids and everybody. But if we do have something like, I don't know if the scout ones maybe it's not relevant for us, but something like that periodically reminding them about what is good and bad about technology in general. This could be one of the topics. And with that, cyberbullying is also part of it, and the bad things and what is a deep face and all this stuff that they should be aware, and why Wikipedia is not the know-it-all, and what's the difference between them and the Britannica and all that stuff. And I know that our kids get that into everyday classrooms, and they know the difference between Googling for an answer and finding a book, but still, something of the sort.
And I just also want to add, anything you want to do with Victor Rios, that sounds great to me. I don't even know what it is, what you were thinking, but I like the way that was going, so.
Okay.
I mean, right? I just.
Yeah, these, again, a lot of concepts, we want to bring it
A lot of
down.
concepts there,
So what I'm hearing then is, yes, I think, Lindsay and I will marinate on that. Existing processes from hopeful to wary is the scope of the board, is what I'm getting. But making sure that there's multiple touch points, and then not getting too far ahead of everybody. And believe me, but I need to put something together so that even we can talk to parents about what that thing is. So that's kind of, I think we're all trying to say the same thing. And so I think I have direction, so I'm ready to rock and roll. Yes.
Yes. Evelyn.
So I have a couple of bubbles too. This is my first night here, so what grade does the schools teach about AI? Do kindergartners know?
That's what we need to plan then, is what the appropriate level of the actual AI tool. So we have an existing cyber safety curriculum that kind of runs, TK to 8, age appropriate. So one idea then is how the committee, or then we would get feedback, where is the appropriate place to start bringing AI literacy into that for the students at those grade levels? That's yet to be determined. Yeah, but that's why we want to kind of, I want to get going on that piece, one of those pieces. So. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation and workshop. Thank you. All right, we're on to item 13, review and discussion, 13A, the mid-year update to the local control and accountability plan, the LCAP, and the local control funding formula budget overview for parents, the BOP. This is with Chief Teaching and Learning Officer, Dr. Tasha Dean, and also Chief Business Officer, Mr. Arthur Cuddy.
Okay, let's see, am I on? All right, great. I'm gonna use some paper tonight to kind of help us through this discussion. So I'm gonna kind of get that going first and then jump in. This is our, yes?
Excuse me, could we take a 3 or 4 minute recess before we begin? Would that be okay?
You're the boss.
Yeah, okay, so let's take, sorry, we just need a little
Bio
tiny break for, so we'll just come back, we'll just start in 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, thank you, I'm so sorry, but thank you, Dr. Dean.
She's not so ready.
I know.
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
I like your shirt.
Thank you.
Oh, so yeah, those, huh?
Yeah.
They can talk when you're doing the pop-up.
Yeah. So we have it addressed.
Like this, sure.
Me too.
I got your name. But it was so when that big truck that's there, so what everyone's doing is they're trying to do this, right? And you're looking, and so when they look, they think it's okay, and as soon as the head of the car goes out, it's like almost twice today, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna take a picture, it's not just me, because every time I go.
Oh, right here?
Yeah,
That happened to me yesterday.
yeah, it's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna happen. So if there's a way they can like paint it or like push it back, because it's the same thing with that new law, you know, the new law that just came out?
Outside the driveway?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's like with the new law, where like if you're at a stop sign, you're supposed to be so many feet back down. So even though it's not like a stop corner, it manifests itself in the exact same way. So it's creating a hazard, especially with that truck that's been there, it's really bad, cause it's like huge, right?
Yeah.
And then it's really tall, so you can't see around the vehicle.
They live the second house down from the corner.
This that Hold on, so I know what this is.
Yeah, that way. The second house coming up, on the right hand side.
Oh, so right across the street, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Luciano.
Not on Astoria.
No, on Iowa.
On Iowa.
Yeah, it's Luciano Concrete, I believe, is the truck.
I didn't know, it's just,
I
I
think-
just know it's a a
They're-
work type truck.
Yeah, their trucks have parked out there forever. That truck, I don't know if I've seen before, but okay. But yeah, that's their spot. But so, city grounds, straight, I haven't submitted it yet, but.
Oh, no, I just wanted to give you some verbal thing, but when I saw it today, I'm like, I'm gonna send it to him immediately, cause it was like 2 times right within like 5 minutes of one another. I was like, somebody's going to get here.
So what I'll do is I'll put a comment through the City of Sunnyvale's website, and then I'll CC Maria Ariana, who's safe routes to school, but like somehow her scope of work also involves traffic. I don't know.
I think it's like a lot, cause she doesn't,
It's very little stuff I see her on, like emails I see her on, I'm like, oh my God.
It's like everything.
She's like the liaison for everything to do with like city streets.
People moving on the street.
Yes. Like she'll be the point of contact between the engineering department, the
Right.
planning department, like she's like that person at the city. So I'll see her on it. She helped over at Lakewood at the beginning of the year.
It was a safety and he came when I had his.
You see the future.
I did.
You know what I hold the back on the driveway, just to see behind it. Cause I'm sometimes I can see this up pretty good, right between the cars and you know,
Right.
see them, they're just coming.
Mhm.
So I always hold back, and if I see a car, I'll wait, and see it passes, and I'm like, alright, now I'm going.
Yeah.
The other day,
That Friday evening?
Yeah.
you know,
We
the
can
guy-
maybe play volleyball.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
That would've been-
yeah. Which
Yeah,
Friday?
one of the-
But I also look at.
I think the one she said.
Was it back
Yeah.
up?
When
Yeah.
I have, I've been wanting to, but
Pretty much clear,
Yeah.
but you never know who's turning it.
Yeah.
From your story this way.
Yeah.
No, I
That's a good point.
Oh, you
Yeah.
mentioned that. Yeah.
Not somebody comes
Yeah.
up.
So it's like a poll.
Let's check, let's go.
And one day was just like, you know what, no, I'm gonna the other way. And I went all the way around, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
Anita share. Anita share, and for the two, is that right?
Yeah.
And then share.
Okay, great, we're back. All right, whoops. Okay, now we're back. Thank you. So it is 8:51 and we are all geared up and ready for review and discussion of the LCAP. Thank you, Dr. Dean and Mr. Guppy.
All right, great. So I'm gonna give you a lay of the land first. So I've already handed out one handout to you. So you have this one which talks about base services and staffing and targeted services and staffing. So I'll talk to it in a moment, but I want you to know what you have in front of you. And then the other document you do have it in PDF, but I just thought for the discussion today, it might make things a little bit easier. So I have a packet there for you to share. And then I also have an LCAP for you as your gift and welcoming board member. So that you would have a copy since you're right hot off the presses. So I'm sure you haven't had a chance to get a copy, but I thought it also might help for later for learning and processing. So with that, I'm gonna jump into the presentation and kind of walk through. My goal will be to kind of go through what's here, because the purpose of this meeting is twofold. One, of course, to educate and update our board as to where we are, but it's also an opportunity for us to update our community about where we are and transparency about our programs, our services, and the expenses and fiscal side of what we're doing. So with that, we'll do a little education. Mid-year update started about a year and a half ago. We weren't always required to do the mid-year update in this way. And so that shifted. And with that shift, that requirement came with this update needs to come by or before February 28th. And so that's a part of this process that we've been doing. The other piece is for this process is for us to kind of look at, we began to look at what's working well, what's not working well. Are there particular metrics or actions that we're actually conducting that we want to think about either upping the ante on it or actually removing them? So we will be moving into that process a little bit as we go through this tonight, just kind of getting a sense of things. But those types of decision makings typically will happen at our April meeting. And that will be the time by which we've gotten more input and from our school sites and other educational partners. So going through the slide presentation, the way we organize it, and hopefully this is going to work moving forward too, this is to aid the board, but also to aid the community who might be accessing this from our websites. We included the goal, but we also included a link specifically that goes with that goal at the bottom of each of the slides so they could easily get to the content area and navigate the details that go with that particular goal item. So that's an update and change that we've made to make it easier for those who are not looking at this all the time. In addition, this time of the year, we have presented to you many facts and details. And so before I go into all of them, I'd like you to kind of take a look at the one pager that I've given you. As we go through the goals, each of our goals are organized in this way. And so this was a shift we made last year to make it more efficient. It's a shift from what we've been doing, but it's to make it more a shifting of where resources are going and what the big buckets are and programmatically of what we're doing. So each goal area has base resources and services, and it has base staffing. Those two entities apply to all students across the district. So they're all benefiting from that in some way. And then the next set says targeted services and staffing. Those particular areas are still focused on resources and services and targeted staffing. These are the entities that are working on some of the critical groups that we're responsible to based upon the state, which includes our English language learners, foster youth, and our historically underserved populations. And sometimes that shifts based upon state testing or other data points that are coming from the state. So I just thought that was important because in your questions to the packet, there were some details and questions around metrics, around resources, and so forth. So as you're looking at the big plan, as well as the mid-year plan, where you see targeted, those are the ones that are more targeted around those particular populations. So I just want to kind of remind of that particular plan. So jumping into goal number 1, wanted to just share some of the, I call it the heart of the human side of the numbers this time a little bit. And so that was shared with you, the Line Pride Assemblies. We continue to be a PBIS district. I think sometimes when we do a lot of different things, we think those things went away. They haven't gone away for us. We're still practicing positive behavioral intervention systems. And these assemblies that our different school campuses are having is how we can maintain a positive climate and culture and keep that type of presence on our campuses. So this is not all of them, but we wanted to share a few with you of what's happening so you get a sense of what those systems are looking like at our different campuses. See if it goes to the next. Oh, there we go. And then we had San Miguel and their school agreements and how they've been focusing. They have assemblies. They're also doing this work on a day-to-day basis on their campuses. We continue to practice our social justice and systems on our campus as well. And these particular agreements and such by campus allow them to be able to do that more efficiently. When you think about funding for some of these things, or as you're processing through the data, this is where some of our targeted funds are going. So whether it be stipends for teachers, whether it be actually paying for someone to come to an assembly. So there's multiple ways by which it's happening, but just to kind of give you context, at Bishop, they did an ability diversity segment to start the year, which was really focused on students who had special needs, in particular students with autism due to some of the students and programs they have on their campus. So that was kind of their focus. And so that's just to kind of give you a flavor with regards to inclusive and kind of what's happening and how we're supporting programs in that particular area. I think I wanted to take you to, in your packet, page 12, which is the, your mid-year report. There were some questions around what's happening with particular goals and the details that go with that. But if you look on page 12, you'll see to the left, it's like, okay, what is that bucket really talking about? That's what the information is to the left. And then on the mid-year there is where some of the actual actions are coming for that particular goal. So that would be 1.1, so that would be a base service. And then the other one I wanted to highlight for this particular area, let's see that I highlighted. Oh, can't see, sorry. And the other item I wanted to highlight here is 1.4, where it talks about the staff, how they're actually serving students there. You'll see that at the top to the left. But really, when you go down, you'll see some of the other activities that have actually been happening. And those are actually where the funding sources are going with those particular activities. So I know there were some questions about funds, so I wanted you to kind of see the correlation with that a little bit.
What page? Sorry, what page are you talking about?
Page 12 of your mid-year, the one that I gave you the thick handout on page 12.
So it's that second, is the other attachment or?
Yeah, so where did you say the,
Oh, I said 22,
right.
1.4.
Yes, the 1.4, that was that particular one.
So page 12, it's the total budgeted funds is $20 million, that one?
Okay, let me go back because I had moved forward. Yeah, so the 1.4 was on page 22, page 12 was, let me go back. Hold on a second, let me go back. Yeah, so that was the $20 million, that is correct. So I just kind of wanted to,
Base
go ahead.
staffing.
That's correct. And so page 22 would be a targeted resource and item.
Yeah, if we're talking about 1.1, I'm not sure about the packet, but in the actual book, if you're talking about 1.1, there's a pretty in-depth breakdown of like which positions we're talking about there. So, for instance, assistant principals, attendance clerks, custodial staff, bus drivers, child nutrition employees. This is page 17 of the 103 in the big.
Yeah.
Campus assistants, health assistants, nurses, et cetera. Those are the positions that connect to the inclusive and nurturing environment.
But, okay, so the target, I'm interested in the targeted money.
Yes.
So that is not the targeted money.
That is not. So if you look at, if we're talking staffing, 1.2 breaks down the staffing. So those are the behavior supervisors, behavior specialists, mental health and wellness associates, social workers, et cetera. And that would be on page 18 of the 103.
It might be on page 16, depending on what you're looking at.
Yeah, Mr. Cuffey, I'm using the mid-year one, so that's the copy I gave them all. That's okay, that's okay.
No, that's what's getting me.
Yes, sir. It's the mid-year report. Yeah, that's okay, it's fine. But the same correlation, it's still there. So this is an abstract. It's coming from our actually main annual report, of course, my 3-year plan. And this is just pulling a summary, if you will, from that particular reports.
So I was wondering, like in the previous year's LCAP, I was showing Mike a chart that it had, there was like a graph and it had like basically similar to what you're saying with like base versus targeted, but it was like, is it for the targeted groups or is it for everybody? You know, and it was like very clear, and I think, like, is there gonna be anything like that in this report for,
in the mid-year, we're not bringing that out here, but based upon your feedback, Mr. Cuffey and I have talked about it, and so we will incorporate that based upon the feedback that you've given us. But it's a part of requirements and what we need to do for the mid-year. It's not there because it's really already in the 3-year plan. So if you go back to your 3-year plan, which was what Mr. Cuffey was talking about, it's actually outlined in there all the way through what all the expenditures are and what they include.
And just a little bit.
in this one?
Yes.
This is just the one, 24, 25, this one?
That is correct.
So just a bit more context, you referenced the previous LCAP. So especially for our new trustee, I'll give you a little bit of a quick summary. So. Veteran. And the members of the public as well, that you represent. So the previous year's LCAP. I'll take one step further. So LCAP came in 2013 with the LCFF, which was the new way of funding school districts. And so it's like, okay, we're gonna give you funding. The 3 pillars of the LCFF were local control, transparency, and equity. And so transparency and accountability. And so in that accountability piece came the LCAP. Now, last year's LCAP had about 15% of our district's general fund identified in it. This year's LCAP has about 85% of our district's general fund identified in it. So we thought it would be best and most transparent and also aligned with the intent of the LCAP to have everything in there. This is how all of our expenditures align with our goals. If it's not aligning with our goals, why are we doing it, right? And so we wanted to show that. Now, naturally, when you put $125 million as opposed to $25 million in a document, there's gonna be some larger chunks. 80 to 85% of every dollar out of our general fund goes to people, our staff. And so we tried to keep it easy to read for our public, for non-educators, and identify, here's the staff. People understand bus drivers, and we explain how bus driver helps our goal for a nurturing and inclusive environment, et cetera, et cetera. There's all of the positions in there. I think what I'm hearing is there's a piece missing that you appreciated about the previous versions, and I think we can incorporate some additional detail to maybe give you a better sense of the scope. Like, if we're talking about in one of the goals, bus drivers and then attendance clerk, but one, it represents twice the investment. You don't necessarily know that from this. And so I think from that feedback, we have some ideas. Dr. Dean and I have been talking about them, and I think we can incorporate some things that will help you understand the scope and the scale of each. But yeah, I think what Dr. Dean was trying to get at was last year's LCAP was more of a SIPSA, in my opinion. The SIPSA is a school site.
And Mr. Coffey, what is a SIPSA?
So you can put me on the spot like that.
It's our school plans, so the acronym, Evelyn, you'll know. So that's our school plan. So basically, the SIPSA is school plans, and our schools basically follow our strategic plan and our LCAP, and then they write a intentional goals and actions and what they're spending on what that address the needs of their campus in a targeted way. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Cummings.
The acronym has changed a few times, that's why I didn't wanna misquote it, but it essentially is the local plan. It is the next layer down of our local control, right? So as a district, we have local control, but then we give local control to our school sites. They have a budget. They work with their community to conduct a needs assessment. They understand their population better than we. And so they discuss with their parents, the school site council, and determine what is the best utilization of our resources for our student population. So that gets down into the details. We're gonna do some professional development. We're gonna get some substitutes so that our teachers can be released. They're down into the lower level of the plan, of how they're gonna do it. The LCAP is more, it's on a higher level. So think of the differentiation between you guys as governance, setting our goals, and then us as operations kind of executing those goals. So that's kind of the way I think about the LCAP and the SIPSAs. And so we wanted to keep the LCAP higher level so that we can incorporate the majority of our general fund, but we intentionally isolated the investments that were targeted. So when you see a 0.2 or a 0.4 in all four of the goals, those are specifically identifying targeted services and investments.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna move to goal 2 and talk about those particular items. So in goal 2, this particular action is about equitable opportunities for students. And so if you think about this and you're looking at your mid-year document, this would be related to goals 2.2 and 2.4. So this particular example is just talking about intervention practices training that was provided. This was provided to our teachers and our paraprofessionals. And this was around effective classroom intervention practices, providing effective implementation of classroom interventions district-wide, and also just to kind of continue on that focus, which is also related to our strategic plan on closing those achievement gaps. So providing our classified and our instructional staff actually some of that training. So that would be one of those items we've been working on. So looking at goal 3, this particular item is regarding our parent and guardian education programs. And this particular action is also around advocacy for students and what it is they need to do, as well as families, to support the learning of their students. And so this was just one of these sessions that have occurred, was provided in multiple languages to enhance knowledge and skills. This is an opportunity that actually parents requested as well as a part of this whole process. And so this is our way of engaging our parents, giving them tools so that they can be in partnership with their students in order to be able to advocate. So as you look at this particular item, as it relates to goal 3, action 4, you can also see it's also related to 3.2 and 3.4 of that particular LCAP goal. Okay, moving on to goal 4. This is around mastery of core content area. I could probably give you 10 or 15 pages on this particular item, given the instructional materials and other things that we've been implemented this year. But we chose to highlight one of our major areas because this was tied not only to our overall instructional practices, but it's also tied to our strategic plan, where our goal is to emphasize targeted supports to our newcomer population. And so we had a supplemental newcomer curriculum that came with training and support. That particular program is running, and so we provided some of the numbers currently across our site based upon that particular date of who we're serving within our newcomer curriculum programming. So just to kind of give you a sense of that. And this is specifically tied to programming and also resources in goal 4.4. Okay, so coming back full circle, we talked about kind of the buckets and what's in progress and what we're doing. That's kind of been the focus of kind of what we're doing. But before moving forward, there were some additional items I wanted to review, additional clarification questions that related to some of the items, and I want to take a few moments to kind of go through those. One area of clarification was with regards to expulsions and how that was working. And so I have the breakdown, and I can provide that here right now if you would like. But basically, at the time when we did the reporting, it was 2. So the question was, I thought we had more than that over the course of the year, right?
I reread it again.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Not you're right, but like, because I really knew there was more than 2, but I was like, what is wrong? And because then it said this year there's 2 and there's 2 already, and I was like, wait, what's happening? You know what I mean?
I understand. Oh, no, that's why we do this process for clarity.
What goal is this referencing? What goal?
Well, this was a follow-up question from questions. I didn't put the goal number here, but it's in goal 1 related to expulsions and the number of them.
Yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were just a board member sent in follow-up questions, so I'm just answering them.
The other area was with regards to the panorama survey. And so it was kind of how we were coding that. And so it was not at all concerned, slightly concerned, and somewhat concerned. And so basically you are correct. Some of the wrong tiers were assigned wrong values. And so that was kind of corrected. So it should be not at all concerned and then slightly concerned, which have been assigned to the favorable status. So that was a clarification point that you wanted to bring out.
Right, I think it was favorable versus positive is terminology, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it was like saying whether it was like 60%, I think it said like positive or favorable, and it was, I'm trying to find what was that page.
So
5 or 6 of 65.
Right.
And so it was listing the percentage, whatever it was, as being
I think we use the term
30%
positive.
favorable instead of 60, whatever percent favorable.
So she's
Or
saying, I
positive.
think she's saying that they made that correction.
They did make the, okay.
Yeah, so I was just clarifying, so everyone kind of would know,
Okay.
and yet we went back and so changed those values and also assigned it the favorable status versus, I think there was questions around positive, what do you mean positive,
But I,
as well.
but I see, okay.
Cause,
So you
cause
got
the,
it at the 30% favorable?
so the clarification would be is not at all concerned was 11%, and then slightly concerned was 19%, and then somewhat concerned was 40%. So we just kind of went back through each of the particular classifications to kind of call out when we put a number to it, what is the terminology that actually goes with that particular response?
So there's four answers, right? There's four.
Can we reference the goal again? I
It's
wanna go look at the
It's
data.
1.7. Okay, so the first one was 1.7 because there were a couple of places. So I had it on page 5 of my mid-year update, I think. And so
So what I wanna go through is that there are 5 different responses that it could be. Could be not at all concerned, slightly concerned, somewhat concerned, extremely concerned, not applicable.
Right.
Okay.
So let me find it, sorry. Okay, so for that one, you were saying that it's 70% positive. And now what are you saying it is? For 1.7?
I didn't number them that way, I'll be honest,
It's on
but.
page 5, and
So it's clarification, it's metric number 1.7, I believe yours, not goal.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So survey
Metric-
findings.
Yes,
Yeah.
page 5.
Yeah.
And so for me, it looks like, other than not applicable, it's kind of a forced thing. So where is your cutoff for favorable versus not?
So based upon the input, we went with not at all concerned and slightly concerned. So those two have been equated to a favorable status. So anything below that is not being factored into the response of being favorable.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. The other item that we wanted to bring forth was, there was some clarification around English language learners and basically how we are providing our visual performing arts program to our students, some clarification there. I wanted to reiterate again that all of our students are participating in programming to the degree that they are capable of doing so. And what I mean when I say capable of doing so, of course, if they're having a behavioral problem or just don't want to access because of where they are in space and time in a given day, they may not. But as far as them being scheduled daily and weekly, they all are. So I know there was some concerns about a situation, and we are going to follow up on that particular event that you brought to our attention. But as far as our schedules and how things are scheduled, all students are being provided access to programming. So I wanted to clarify that. The other question around performing arts, there was a question with relationship to I think middle school versus elementary, like we kind of merging perspectives there. And I just want to say how we are addressing that particular issue in the LCAP is around our visual and performing arts program at the middle school. So that particular question is explicitly about the middle school. So I wanted to provide that distinction there for clarity.
Can you say more about that? I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, let me go back. I'm just trying to respond back to, let me go back to the packet. I'd have to go back in to pull that out, so give me a second. I don't know which number it is, because I didn't put numbers on here. I guess I should have. Performing arts. Let's see. Looks like it might be 7.
I know. I don't know which one it is because it's kind of going go to go, so, I'm just
What
not.
was the question? I'm sorry.
It's about.
We're looking for the item that's related to visual arts program that's in the, in the packet. I did not mark where it is on the mid-year plan,
In the packet review or?
in the
Yeah,
mid-year
the question
update.
from packet review, but she's trying to connect it to where it is in.
So I can help her
mid-year
see
update.
the item of
So
that
if you
the
remember
question.
where visual performing arts is.
Yes, that, I believe that would be goal, it's either goal 1.4 or 2.4. Are we talking about the targeted or base?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But just that, whatever the visual
So-
performing arts area is.
That would be goal 2. So it'd be, if we're talking staffing, it'd be in
It's a-
point 1 or
Yeah,
point 2.
it's about programming in the visual arts program and participation levels, and I will find that. I don't want to take all the time here to do that. But I wanted to say, the question was basically merging elementary and middle, but that particular question is about middle school. So I was really just providing that clarification and nothing else really. Because that helps with the understanding of that particular item in the LCAP packet.
I think that question was, I thought that question was about, like, why is there a decrease in certain student groups in taking those different electives? Was there, I remember a question about that. Yeah, just,
Yeah.
Yes, that is true, and we are working on that, and we also responded to that. We're trying to figure out if it's tied to the schedules or what. But there was a drop, but we're trying to figure out what is it tied to. But I wanted to be sure that you understood that that was about middle school, because some of the questions made it seem like you might have thought it was elementary as well.
okay, I'm sorry, board, we just need to do a time check, cause it's almost 9:30, so we need to extend the meeting. I honestly I was not, aware that the earlier presentation was gonna be as long, so I'm a little unsure, we're asking clarifying questions along the way, so this is a little different than we normally do.
So I think the person who made the motion the agenda needs to extend, should we go till
Yes,
10:30?
Isabel.
I think she's thinking about if we do it half an hour, 20 minutes, how much
We
we
can
want.
only do it one time.
That's what I'm asking.
So I think we probably
I
need
think we need
to
to go to 10:30 just to be careful,
Okay,
but hopefully we're done
okay.
before that.
Okay, so let's do an hour. Okay, so I move my motion to extend the meeting until, be open to extend the meeting until 10:30. We'll hopefully finish before that, but just in case, open until 10:30.
Was I second that amendment to the motion.
Okay.
And just to clarify for you, Peggy, that item that we were just discussing was on page 27.
We have to vote.
We need to second and then we vote.
She seconded.
Second, so everybody.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Welcome, everyone. Sorry. Okay, we got this, we'll be done sooner. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, thank you, Dr. Dean.
That's okay. Peggy, the item for regarding the visual performing arts is page 27, just so you have that information. Would you like me to continue to go through the additional questions that were here, or how would you like me to proceed? Is this working, or I want to be sure it's meeting your needs?
Well, I was thinking, the packet review questions, I feel like were answered pretty thoroughly, so maybe we could call for public comment and then
Or just, is there any more of the presentation?
is there
that
more
needs
of the
to
presentation or?
Really just getting to the budget, which is where I was about to head to. I will jump to one area that you had a lot of questions about, which was with regards to the arts and music program and how that's being spent and what we're doing with that. I think we did answer that and kind of got to a place to help you understand kind of what we did do, but I wanted to take time and space here to clarify any additional areas there. I think what's important is that this money was given without understanding, so I want to take just a moment to explain how the money comes to us. We get a bucket of money, And the way that the language has been written around that money is that each school gets a particular percentage of that based upon their ADA. So our principals, being smart, said, well, that doesn't make very much sense. There's not much we could do with that, to be very honest. So they pool their money so that we could actually hire staff, because the way that the money is funded, we would not have been able to do that. So they pool their resources so that we could actually hire staff and serve all of our campuses. And so that's kind of how we've actually been able to hire staff to support. So we have those teachers serving our elementary, and then our middle schools are being served 50% with a 1 FTE to support programming around the visual and performing arts for them. So that's kind of how we've utilized the staffing portion of our funds. The remaining portion is provided a percentage to each school for supplies. And so that means those teachers have supplies tied to those campuses for the programs and how they're implementing them. And then also to support anything they want to do unique on their campus. So maybe they have another special group for after school programming or something else they want to do. What we did, because we wanted to be sure we were serving our preschoolers all the way up, and so that was one way we extended. We are now providing programming of starting arts to our preschoolers. So by having these additional funds and teachers, that allowed us to kind of compartmentalize our service delivery model. So starting arts is preschool to 3rd grade, and then we have our 4th and 5th graders being served by the additional teachers that we have, and then they're rotating the content between over the trimester with those teachers. We have some future plans for what we want to do based upon what we've learned this year, but that's how we've actually utilized the funds. And then in addition to that, we incorporated it into our after-school programs, and we've done that through some contracts, and we brought in another contractor who's been providing dance and some other opportunities for our students. So that's kind of how, in a big bucket, I guess you could say, how we've utilized the funds. And we've also blended funds in order to be able to successfully have programming that was meaningful and equitable for all students. So with that, I'll take any additional questions you have around those particular funds.
Okay, so first, before we do our questions, we need to do public comment. There's nobody here in the room, but if you're at home online and you'd like to ask a question about the LCAP, please raise your virtual hand now. Okay, scene 1, we're ready. 2.
So first is Gita Golakota, followed by Courtney Gibson.
Thank you. Welcome, Gita, and you have 3 minutes.
Respected board members, Dr. Dean and Dr. Gallagher, thank you for the opportunity. It's really awesome to see the LCAP presentation. And I have one question regarding the mainstreaming or inclusion of the special ed students. It's projected to be 67%. We must take into consideration that many of the special ed students are full-time attending general ed education. So this metric to me, it doesn't actually speak about how many of the kids that are dedicated to the SDC classrooms being mainstream. So that distinction would be very helpful. In addition, I've noticed that my concern about the mathematics, newly adopted mathematics curriculum is showing the trend that I was expecting it to show, which is decrease in proficiency from 23.12% to 17.53%, moving away from the 50% target that you set for 27. Overall math proficiency also dropped from 50 to 44%, which is concerning to me. English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students are also struggling with math, and this is highly concerning that this curriculum has a heavy language component that is impacting these. And ELA performance, clearly the students with disabilities and English learners remain the lowest performing subgroups. District goal is 60% overall proficiency, but gaps persist among at-risk student populations. Math intervention programs need urgent reinforcement, especially for students with disabilities. More inclusive teaching strategies and personalized learning plans should be expanded. Continued professional development for teachers on differentiated instruction is essential. The suspensions rate increased from 3.7 to 4% for students with disabilities rather than the targeted 20% reduction. Expulsions are 0, which is a positive outcome. Disciplinary referrals for students with behavioral challenges, especially those with IEPs, remain high. Behavioral intervention, social emotional support programs need strengthening to reduce reliance on punitive measures. Expanding restorative justice and positive behavioral intervention programs should be a priority. I guess additional teacher training and inclusive teaching and classroom accommodations is needed to reduce the to have success with the inclusion and inclusion in general education for this student. Collaboration between special ed and general education teachers should be strengthened. Thank you so much. And I'm also concerned about the mental health support which the students with disabilities are struggling with. I know my time is up, so I will stop it here, but I hope the board can look into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Geeta. Really appreciate it. And on to the next caller.
Courtney Jansen.
Welcome, Courtney. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. So first of all, thank you for sharing so much data and providing all this detail on the LCAP update. I really also appreciate that Dr. Dean split the LCAP into 4 different sections based upon the goals. That made it infinitely easier for me to sort through and read. I did have a couple of questions as well. Some of them were already answered in the discussion, so I'll try and keep this focused on the ones that weren't. I may have missed this at the beginning of the presentation, but it would be really helpful to include a slide at the beginning that talks about which goals were chosen to highlight tonight and why. So I know that there were only one action of each of the goals were talked about tonight, and I'm not totally sure why. And I also had forgotten that metrics are different than actions. And so for each LCAP update, if you guys could have a slide that's a table that just says, you know, here are the goals, here are the actions for each goals, and then the metrics tied to all of them, that would give a really quick picture without having to read through lots and lots of slides. And then similarly, you know, here are the goals and actions we're talking about tonight and why, and when the other goals and actions will be covered. I think that would be great. And part of the reason for asking about that is that would help members of the public focus our review and figure out what comments are most important. Like, you know, do you want comments tonight on, say, goal 2, action 1, which wasn't covered, or should we focus our attention on the goals and actions that were actually covered today? So I'm going to leave that rhetorical because I don't know the answer, and I'm just going to make a few other comments, which was first that I noticed on metric 1.1, the chronic absenteeism for everyone is down to below the 10% outcome. And I just wanted to say that's fantastic. I know although district has done a lot of work on this, and I'm super excited to see all of the subgroups achieving that desired outcome 2 years or so ahead of the date. So that's fantastic. Thank you. I also wanted to ask the parent guardian education programs, would it be possible to list what is happening exactly and where? It's a little hard to tell from the pictures on slide 12 what they are, but they look very interesting. And of course, I'm interested in bringing them to San Miguel if they weren't there, but it's hard for me to go and say, hey, did we do X, Y, and Z programs at San Miguel? You know, those programs were done at, I don't know, Vargas or Lakewood or whomever, and I'd like to bring it to San Miguel. So those were the couple of things I had. And also thank you to the questions that were already asked, because that provided a lot of additional clarity to me as well. And I will stop there. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so board, we have several more items. We are also allowed to follow up an email, but I think it's really important if we have any questions that we ask them here. So if you have one or two that you'd like to share or get clarification on, now is the time. You want to start? Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. So I'm still this is a question I asked in the packet review, and I'm still not clear about the alignment with LCAP and strategic plan and our goals. And I was looking for student outcome data, and I saw like one occurrence, one set, but not for, I think I saw for ELA, but not math, or vice versa. And so I was just I wanted to think like bigger picture, if we have these decreasing proficiencies from the baseline data, and we're thinking about like the 20 through 26, 27, what are the plans to turn that around? That was one of my questions, and I was just.
What question?
This was it's in packet reviews number 27, so this is goal 2 metric 2.3, and it was regarding proficiencies regarding math, and all the focus subgroups have decreased. And we had a goal of 50% proficiency, and right now we're about 20% proficiency. So I'm just really curious about what the how we can serve those students, and the answer kind of referred to continued teacher development and professional development for teachers. And I just have concern about that in terms of student outcomes, if that's going to really change for 30% to meet the goal.
I can't say 100%, but what I will say is, I think the first portion of your question was around, are we going to continue that goal? And the simple answer would be yes. At this time of the year, we look at what we are currently doing and how we're doing it. Some of our feedback is we know we need to provide ongoing PD for our staff, and not just professional development, but more targeted. Different teachers are at different places for what they actually need and want. And so principals are trying to work with their teams to know specifically what they need in order to raise the scores. I would say the thing that we're doing this year, that even regardless to what the data says, I see that and I understand that, but we do feel we need to stay the course is one piece. And the other piece that we recognize is we've started our data team meetings across the district. A big purpose for that is we have to understand our data at the classroom level. The other elements that we're working on and we're not there, we have some things we've rolled out and we're evaluating how effective they are. And what that is tools by which to progress monitor your instruction as a teacher. Is what I'm doing working for my classroom? Because the reality is it could be working in another classroom and not yours. So we're trying to individualize that coaching and support to our teachers through data team meetings. We've been coaching our principals on how to lead a data team in a PLC meeting so that the instruction can be more meaningful for our students. So we're going to stay that course because we feel like it's the right way. And an anecdotal note I'll say, last week I went to a conference and it was kind of reinforcing, I guess you could say, because it continues to be, no matter what curriculum it is, no matter what intervention it is, first teaching is the best intervention. That's 85–90% of our students. And if we're not knowing how to do that well, all the intervention classes and supports and additional staff are not going to make a difference. So we feel like we're on the right track. We've been trying to be more consistent and not let a negative outcome or a disruption or an obstacle get us off course. So we're trying to stay the course and have sufficient enough of a data cycle through this year and probably a little bit into next year to say, okay, is it working or is it not? And if it's not, why is it not working? And we are asking ourselves those questions. So we have the concerns that you have as well, but we continue to look at that, and we're putting some emphasis, which we'll be talking with you more on later, around our reading and what we're going to do there. Because a big part of the mathematics is reading. And if students are struggling with reading, which our data is showing that they are, we've got to make some changes. So those two are synonymous for us. They're not going to function without one another. So just want to give you those additional details.
So, do you have something, Michelle?
Yeah, I'd say one is just from the public comment kind of questions. If you could just, the question about the SPED and the mainstreaming for special ed and then the inclusion at 67%, but kind of, did you get her question about like what that means? Because there are some special ed students who are in, gen ed all the time, and there's some for special ed classes. And so Like, what does that 67% mean? Can you answer that quickly, or is that maybe something you do offline?
It is a little bit more involved because we have to look at students who are in SDC, and we have two metrics that we're being measured against. We're being measured against the SDC student and what level of access are we giving them to general education connection. And then it's also just across the board for our students. What percentage of the time are they spending in the general education classroom and also other activities? So it's a combination, and that's where the percentage comes from.
And then my thing, I think it's just a comment, like I guess almost kind of want to echo what I think Tasha was saying, right? That like the numbers still don't look great. And that is discouraging, but I do like from our strategic plan, I just am feeling way more hopeful. And I think it takes time, right? Like it really takes a couple of years to see like, hey, is what we're doing working, right? And if you're always constantly changing, you never actually know if it's working. So anyways, while it is probably feeling discouraging for like us on the board, for sure discouraging, like staff, like teachers, I'm sure lots of people are feeling right discouraged that in some ways the numbers are even going down. But it does seem like we are moving and doing things, and right, like I'm hopeful in a year from now. I'm hopeful in a year from now that we will see the needle moving. If not, then maybe there needs to be more adjustments. But I am feeling hopeful about the work we're doing.
May I comment on from a Title I lens, from volunteering at Bishop and from my experience teaching in Title I schools. When I hear that we're going to continue supporting teachers in the classroom, it kind of feels like we're expecting the teachers to make these huge shifts within a classroom, while also knowing that, like, you know, if I'm in my daughter's kindergarten class and I'm working with a student and we're working with 10 connecting blocks and we don't change the number of blocks, and every time I ask how many blocks do we have, they count again and again, and for 15 minutes, they start counting from the beginning. And then knowing also the high levels in this class, it really makes it hard to think that a teacher's professional development in learning how to use IM is going to be able to impact that severity of discrepancy within a classroom. And so what comes back to me is, and I know that I can't spend very much time in classrooms, but I know that when I do, like I personally have seen like, oh, like my impact on changing like this literacy outcome for these like 6 students during the course of the year. And so it really makes me think about, can we put more resources into those classrooms or those populations or focus subgroups that could really, I mean, just, you know, smaller group instruction. That's where my mind goes, just as a teacher and as a parent volunteer, is like, how can we support more? Because we can't expect that one teacher, you know, at this Title I school to be able to like make up all this ground, while in a different school, there's a much like narrower range of abilities and easier to teach to the fuller class. And I just want to be aware of that, that equity lens in terms of supporting our teachers, and where the students are, you know.
Absolutely, and just to clarify, when we're saying supporting teachers, that's both in and outside the classroom. So I want to make that clarifying point. And as a part of that first teaching along with good curriculum, first teaching also along with intervention. So it's all of it together. But if we don't know how to use the main resources effectively, the intervention often does not have an impact. So that's kind of more so what I'm saying. But I hear you and I agree with you.
And I'm not clear what happened with the direct student TOSA. I know there was limited funds, but I feel like, I don't know, that was a way to have more small group instruction with students. I don't know the data around was that working or not, but just intuitively that seemed to be a successful model for intervention and, you know, for catching kids up. So and I wasn't seeing that kind of discrete detail here. And then like looking at the budget overview, there are 2 row items and it's like 117 million or 5 million. And for me as a parent, since it's listed budget overview for parents, it felt rather unsatisfying. And I don't mean that in any kind of ungrateful sense. I do understand how hard you work, But for me, I was like, where does the money actually go? Because 117 million is a big chunk. And I saw that they were listed. I saw that these roles were listed, but I would just want to see, like, you know, now understanding base versus targeted staffing, how does that all lay out?
And just to take you, Mr. Cuffey, can you point her to that page in her LCAP of where that's broken out, so she can also take a look at that?
I don't have this also, so.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So, yeah, so that breaks down what those resources actually are being spent on. And just to re-clarify, the majority of our entire budget is also in LCAP, as Mr. Cuffey outlined. So we're definitely will bring the itemized that you're looking for, but some of that detail is in the big document.
Well, okay, so again, I really appreciate you taking the feedback, because my understanding of the LCAP is it's the remaining categoricals, right? It's like the targeted, looking for the targeted groups is like the remaining categoricals of like the old way of doing the funding sort of. So it was following like, you know, and I only came on the board 6 years ago, but it was like I've seen a lot of them in terms of, and it was always so frustrating, like we would have that conversation where we would say, but what about this? And they'd say, oh, well, not everything we do is in the LCAP, like, you know, don't sweat it, basically, like, we're doing it, it's just, but, you know, if you're tracking it and you're putting goals around it, you're putting money attached to it, you're watching it, like, that's what's gonna get affected and changed. So I understand the idea of having everything in it or more things in it, so you're describing how it is weaving together, and I understand that, but it's so big, it no longer seems transparent. Like, that's just my general.
Just a point of reference, and this isn't.
Yeah.
When we started, the amount of categoricals that was folded in was $3 million. It's still $3 million. So what happened, like, I think our very first LCAP probably accounted for 2.7, less than 3 million, that's the CBO. Probably accounted for like $2.7 million. And then we started saying, like, oh, let's add these other things that we're doing because it's really targeted. And so it grew, like, really all we're really accountable for is the 2.7, except that we've added to it. So
like the 2.7, but all the targeted interventions is what I'm most interested in, because I feel like the targeted interventions, that shows you where the dials are, you know, like where we are dialing it up, and we're doing a lot, and it's invisible in this document, in that the narrative is there, but you can't see the quantity of it. And we used to see things like a couple of years ago, there was one where it was like there was so much documentation and like how we were going to move these kids, and it was like a small cohort, but it was like critical, and it was like, you know, $1,500 or something, you know, and I just remember going, oh my God, like, why don't we have 10 of these? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you can see like that there's high impact things happening. So I think if we can get that in the next one, I'm gonna be, like, if we can get some level, not super granular, but like granular enough where we can see.
And you said you have a plan
the targeted thing, I think I'm gonna be great with it, so.
I think we can definitely do that fiscally. I think that will be more difficult from a programmatic standpoint, because we are targeting that through our strategic plan and also through support of our school sites through their school plan. So we'll have to wrap our heads around maybe a format to do that.
For example, like if you took the arts and music thing, if you said, hey, we're spending this amount through starting, you know, like this amount is this amount we're giving to everybody, and this amount is targeted, right? Because this is our additional amount. Or if it's the after school programming that you're talking about, we added all those tutoring programs that you told us about, that were targeted for, you know, specific groups, like those kinds of things, like where we can say like, oh, that's money that's just extra for them.
So the actions.
Like that, yeah, like what we're paying for with the money, like, you know what I mean?
I'm pretty sure I follow where you're going. And then I think we got most of the way there. but there was a little something missing that you think would help, and it's basically, I hear feedback. It's basically more depth in the targeted pieces, so the point twos and the point fours, want a little bit more so that you can understand how we're moving the dial.
Yeah.
And I think we can definitely accomplish that. And it's important, so I appreciate the comment and the feedback.
Thank you. And I do agree that, you know, everyone has a role in things, so I think it's good to document what we're doing. Anything else, board, in the discussion? Okay, well, just thanks for all your hard work. I know it's always a race to see who can say thank you first and the most, but I mean, I think we're all pretty aware of how much goes into the documents and the work behind it, and you know, just trying to put it together and to make it make sense, so.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Big shout out to Tasha's team. She's got an amazing team that work behind the scenes, doing tons of work. So it's been a really good collaboration with business and teaching and learning.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Okay, I feel like there should be more clapping in here, like, you know, like, right, like, in my class, we clapping a lot, and like, people, you know, really liked it, so, yeah, I think they deserve it. Okay, so we're on to, review number 14, right? Are we at 14? 14A. Excellent. Adoption of the updates to the Facilities Master Plan, Director of Facilities and Operations, Brent Burns.
Thanks for hanging in there, Brent. Of course.
Good evening. This is the review and action item for the adoption of the revisions to the Facility Master Plan 2025 edition. We wanted to include some things for the public review so everybody can see the great progress that we've made as a school district. So we wanted to highlight the projects that we've accomplished or will be accomplishing this year. I also do want to remind everybody, I'm not the web designer. This is not what it will look like on the website. It'll look far better than this. We also wanted to make sure that we're highlighting our equitable approach to facilities. I know that Arthur and I have talked about this a few times. We're taking all the data from our facilities in the Facility Master Plan back in 2022 and applying it to what campuses get modernized next. Once those campuses are identified, we are then rolling in the board priorities to make sure that we are addressing them. We also have mentioned over a couple of reports that students are shown to have less attention and poorer outcomes when they're being instructed from portable classrooms. So we are making it a point to target outdated old portable classrooms across the school district and try to replace those with new modular type construction or construction that is most efficient and economical at that time. Total goal being to get rid of portables in Sunnyvale School District. That will be, I think, an Arthur and I career goal from here on out. We also wanted to highlight the exercises that we conducted with the board as well as cabinet, as well as the principals and assistant principals at each one of their respective sites, just to continue to highlight that each step of the way, this is a process with multiple committees and educational partners. And then one of the most important components of these updates is the proposed campus projects. So there are 4 projects listed in this update: Lakewood Elementary School, Cherry Chase Elementary School, Columbia Middle School, and Cumberland Elementary School. Those 4 campuses touched on one of the things that I mentioned, at least, in each one of those priorities. Cherry Chase and Columbia having multiple building components coming to the end of their remaining useful life, so we'll be addressing those. Each one of those campuses, we will also start to incorporate the board priorities identified in the meeting from late last year. Lakewood Elementary School, that was the one campus that we were not able to modernize their kinder/TK area, so we want to be addressing that. They also have 2 very outdated portables in which they instruct from in that area, so we will take this opportunity to replace those, giving an equitable approach to all the playgrounds and TK playgrounds across the district, putting everybody on the same playing field. And then the last piece of this update was actually really cool. Arthur and I do want to thank Jeannie McKeon for all the help putting this together, but we wanted to give the public a snapshot of where bond funds have been spent at each one of our campuses, dating all the way back to Measure P in 2004. And again, as you can see on a couple of these bond measures, there's higher concentrations of campus monies spent. And then, like as the board has mentioned over the last couple of years, trying to have a more equal and equitable approach to disbursement of bond funds. So we believe that this approach will give a much more equitable disbursement of money in the coming years. Those are the updates.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Thank you for the report. There's no one in the room for public comment. Is there anyone online? We do have one public comment online. Yep.
Kira Kolakota?
Great, thank you. Kita, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Brand, for the update about updating the Lakewood Elementary portables. My son happened to attend one of the preschool and portables at Lakewood, and I do want to make a comment here about these sound absorption abilities that you, when the design goes into picture, whether it is modulars that you will be installing or a fresh construction. Sound absorption is very important for kids with sensory processing differences, especially the SDC classrooms. That classroom especially is not at all soundproof at all, as the preschool SDC classrooms that are in Lakewood. So any future constructions, I hope the district can prioritize the sensory elements that can make a room sensory friendly for a majority of our kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comment. Board, before we go, I'm gonna jump in and just say thank you. I also, someone put in the packet review comments that they appreciated the presentation, work you've done too, like feedback from the board and from all the different groups, and I completely agree with it. I did not write it, but I'm like, yes, yes, we'll just, thank you for that. And board comments and thoughts on this?
Thank you for your work.
See the thank yous are coming.
For your work. Thank you for all the work that was involved in it.
Yeah, of course, and I appreciate you saying that, but like, this is Arthur and Jeannie and Myron and a whole bunch of other people. It's not
Yes.
just, it's
But
not.
they're not all here, so you
Yeah,
can
so
like
you
thank
get
them
it.
for it.
You get it.
All
Just take it and then you just go give it, and then you share it.
Okay.
So,
You paid for
Okay.
No, but he wanted to say their names.
yeah, thank you, of course.
Myron, there's a team behind it,
Yes,
but Brain puts a lot in. You
Yeah,
guys
there
are
you go.
absolutely right.
thank you.
Yeah, I'll just like add on to the thank you. I feel like this, right, the information in it, right, for people who are wanting information, like it gives good summaries, it touches on different things, it's good transparency, like I think for all of those who, in the public who, I mean, it was great for us to hear it, but then when this goes on the website, I just feel like it kind of gets everything in really great ways.
Perfect. Thank you. And just as on a timeline about that, so after this is approved, or hopefully it is approved and adopted, we'll be working with LPA, who hosts our facility master plan, and they'll take some weeks to put this together and get it up, just for timeline reference.
I thank you, to your team and yourself. I really appreciate the process by which you brought in a couple of us to have the discussions where we could have more back and forth. And especially the explanation around, and I know you got very excited about like how we were choosing which schools, equity focus, and also the priorities of all the stakeholders. I thought that was a really cool meeting, and it felt very it felt really great to be in partnership and like informed, and agree with with the website, and this presentation is very good accountability, transparency, and very satisfying for the public as well. That's what I heard.
Of course.
Yeah, and I hope that we can, I'm sure that this will probably go in the district digest, but I'm hopeful that this can go out to the schools, because we had a lot of support for our bonds, for the new bond that came out, and I'm sure, in the process, people are like, when were they last here, what's in it for our school, and we're like, see those library chairs over there, that's the money. So I mean, it's like really helpful to like just, remind people like, yeah, the work is, they see it happening, but they might not know where it's coming from, so.
Pie charts.
Yeah, we like the pies. Anything else, Cory? Are we ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, we need a motion for approval. It's for approval.
Yeah.
I move to approve the updates to the facility master plan.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, chair votes aye, the motion's passed. We probably should have done that before we discussed. Just realized after the fact.
Nothing else.
It's getting a little later. Okay, we are on to 14B, approval of resolution R 2517 in the matter of support of heritage months and cultural recognitions and grant, belated applause to you and the whole team, Byron and everybody, yay, good job. Okay, Dr. Gallagher.
Okay, so this is response to a board request to have a resolution. And I guess I didn't quite capture the idea before, but I really like the idea of having one, so you don't have to think of like every month doing a new one. So it's more efficient that way. One of the things that it says that we're really reaffirming our district's unequivocal commitment to ensuring a safe educational environment for all students. And committed to ensuring that the district remains a place where all individuals are valued for their contributions and aims to educate others on various groups' histories and their contributions. So it's difficult to capture everything, and I think the idea is like maybe every January we do this and it'll be revised, and get better with time. So with that, I know Dr. Dean contributed to this quite a bit, and I think you had some feedback on it, so for your consideration, this resolution.
Okay, let's move to public comment. If any member of the public online who wishes to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now if there is no one here in person. So no blue cards. Any comments? Okay, seeing none, board, we need a motion to discuss first.
I move to approve the resolution R 2517 in the matters in support of Heritage Month and cultural recognition.
A second.
Okay, so I think Isabel, you brought forward the Harvard Heritage Month calendar initially, and it has most of these months on it, and then some of the dates.
Yeah, that's what we started with.
That's what we started with, and then would anyone like to opening comments on this or thoughts?
I'm very happy about it, and I think today is more needed than it's always needed and it's always appreciated. And yes, we, as you say, as it's coming, we'll see fit to add more things or, it doesn't mean, it doesn't preclude us to recognize other things when they're happening, and it just open a door and makes a statement from us. Like, for example, this year is something that we've been talking on the side, is the 50th year of the fall of Saigon, and a lot of people around us have been talking about that, and it would be a very good month to recognize all the political refugees. But as it's coming, we'll see if it's fit or not. But it's, as you say, it's a great statement, and is so engraved into our strategic plan and our everything that we're about.
I wanted to point out something that we talked about in packet review that Mike mentioned, was that, the Harvard calendar is on a graphic, and so the way that it's presented here on a list, it just looks like a lot of things mashed together, but when it's presented in a graphical form, it's a little less overwhelming than just a list. So I don't know.
So maybe we could create a graphic.
So yeah, maybe we create it as a graphic so that it's more digestible as a, what we're doing. But I'm also open
One
to
fun things to do.
revising it now, there's thoughts on it.
Nothing fun for Aliyah to do.
I just wanted to add to the graphical, we probably can have that for handing out and utilization, but as far as our website, it may not be possible because it won't be ADA compliant. Just wanted to share that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Good for you thinking of that. Because that's one of the groups that we wanna.
Okay, other thoughts?
I want to appreciate and be proud of our inclusivity and welcomeness here. I was wondering how all the days were included and where that came from, because I knew that originally we had talked about the Heritage Months. And then I know that in previous discussions where such resolutions had not passed, we had talked about, doesn't it seem like it felt there's like that conversation about, aren't we diluting if we talk about everything we want to celebrate? So I just had questions around there. And then I also wanted to note that there are 2 Holocaust Remembrance Days on April and May, and I didn't know if that was an intentional thing, if those both months had that. So those just general comments.
I forget that, I think it is. Okay, any thoughts on that, the days versus the months, or? Michelle, or any thoughts? No. Okay, do we wanna amend it so that we just figure out which, it's probably just a typo, I'm sure there aren't two.
I looked it up real quick and there's 2 days.
Oh, there are 2 days.
days, yeah.
Oh, boy. Okay.
They have a little different
Is one,
anyway. Well, I think one's international or something like that.
Oh, I
but-
think you're right.
do we have an opinion about one or the other? Just everything, okay, well, yeah, it's like, how do you, well, no, only one Holocaust Remembrance Day, oh, there's 2, like, okay. So I guess I was initially thinking of it in terms of months, because it was giving like more of a framework, because there's lots of things within each month, but if we wanna approve it with the days, I'm also okay with that, because again, it's gonna look more like a calendar or a graphic when it's like presented to people, and I think it will be fine. So, when I've talked to a couple of groups who approached me and they said, like in 2022, last time I was board president, I had one group in particular was like, just saying to me like, well, if you're not recognizing us, it feels like you don't see us. And I said, okay, well, I'll bring it to the board. So I think I brought something to the board in 2022, and then the response at that time was, well, we don't want to exclude anybody. We have so many different groups, and if we do one, we have to do more, and we don't, it's too complicated, and it's, whatever. So I think it's the right thing to do with the national conversations going on, where it's a statement of solidarity with our community. So I'm comfortable with adopting the calendar for the year. Are we ready to vote, or do anyone else want to talk, or? Okay, let's just vote. All right, all those in favor, we'll just see how it goes. Let's roll the dice. All those in favor, you please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay, chair votes aye, passed unanimously. Very exciting. Okay, thank you very much. I love that. Okay, okay, we're doing that. And we are on to, do we have one more?
Delegate Assembly.
Yes, delegate assembly. Okay, here we go.
So I'll pass it to you because I know very little about this.
Okay, item 14C, discuss and vote on CSBA delegate assembly. I'm happy to do it because I know all these people. Isabel and I have been on delegate assembly. It's CSBA is California School Boards Association. We are Region 20, And all the 31 school districts in Santa Clara County vote for the delegates. So these are all the people running. I did not go to the speeches last night. So I will just say that of the people who are, I can just quickly go through the people who are running and talk about them for a second, and then we can vote together. One person who's running is Naomi Nakano Matsumoto, who's our colleague on the Fremont Union High School District. She is the immediate past president of the Asian Pacific Islander School Board Members Association, so APISMA, and she's very involved in that organization and has been for a long time. And that's a statewide organization for Asian Pacific Islander school board members and allies, and they've done a lot of work around education and supporting students. So the other person, another person who's up is Shali, oh wait, I'm blanking on her name. Sergey, thank you. She's a Los Altos trustee. She's been nominated for Santa Clara County School Boards Association president next year. And often people will vote for the president going because as part of the delegation, they want their leadership to be there. Von Lay is a longtime East Side High School District school board member. She was on Ledge Action. She's got a great resume. George Sanchez is Franklin McKinley. He's been on forever, and he's been on tons of committees like putting together the whole annual education conference and every possible committee you could be on. Jorge Pacheco is now on the County Board of Education, and he's the California Latino School Boards Association president. And Teresa Castaneos is the only trustee running from the south side of the county, and she would be the only, whether like elected or not, she's from San Jose Unified School District.
Wait, do you think I've met her before? I don't know if I know. I think I know her.
She's been doing the immigration talks all around. Her work is on
Immigration.
Immigrant relations at the Santa Clara County.
That's her day job.
Yeah.
Mhm, yes, and she's
done presentations for us.
She came and did presentations for us, yeah.
And so she's very, tied into students and immigration rights. And then Elizabeth Halliday is running from the west side of district. She's from the Campbell Union High School District. So there's lots of great people. I'm not running because I think there's so many great candidates. There's only 4 spots, and I've done it for a couple of years, and it's like AEC on steroids. I recommend it. It's a lot of information. It's really, it's like an extra day on your ABC, on your annual education conference, and then it's 2 days in the spring. But it's a lot of knowledge, and it's basically inputting on policy for CSBA. So
Before we talk, I mean, should we make a motion about something?
yes, I'm just giving you like who's running and where they're from, and so we need a motion,
to discuss.
a motion to, well, do we need a motion for this one, don't we usually? Because unless you have people you want.
Because we usually do talk about it before we make a motion.
This one-
That's
this
not how we
one-
normally do stuff, so I don't know, I think we just.
For this one, I think we normally talk about it to
Yeah.
see who we want on the slate. So we only get 4 people.
So my first question to the two of you who have been on delegate assembly, so the two who are new, you notice this, if you're on the page of like the ballot thing, there's 4 of them who are incumbents. So I'm curious, I mean, I know, like I said, I don't really know some of them super well, but your those are I know they might be engaged in other things, but how engaged and participatory are they in delegate assembly? Like, do you think, like, are all of them adding really great value? I would love both your perspectives kind of on those 4 who are currently doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because the thing with Jorge, I mean, Jorge is great. He's a very good friend of mine, but he is now part of SCORE. So it's of the county board. And the county board, they have their own representative. And Jessica Spicer is still part of our delegate assembly because she has 2 years in delegate assembly, and she's also on the SCOE. So if we vote for him again, there are gonna be 3 people of the SCOE when they already have their own board and representatives.
So be reason maybe to
it's
not
gonna be
vote for him.
unfair.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be unfair in that case.
Yeah.
And I think Teresa, I mean, I don't know, do I say who and why do I prefer it?
Yeah, so, well,
Okay.
I want, yeah, but share about those 4 specifically, the ones who are on and how
George
they're contributing.
Sanchez, he has been many years involved. He's a person, as I know, he's like Nancy that has been forever in this board.
But he's very engaged.
But
he's saying like Nancy's been on for a long time, like knows a lot of. He's
very engaged. Now his son, who is also a grown-up son, is part of his own board or the board next door or something like that. So both of them are board members. I think he's also called George Sanchez, the son, or I don't know. But he's the elderly. So yeah, he's a nice person. Elizabeth Holiday, she's pretty new. She's a nice person. Her board is very contagious, as I understand.
Yes, the Campbell optometry.
The Campbell. Van Lee, she's amazing. She is a doer. She brought a lot of new festivals and things to her town when they didn't happen. She's a refugee.
As fundraiser, she's a refugee and she's brought a lot
But
of
what
things
about,
for
like, I'm
fundraising.
curious more, the ones who are on, what, like, how are they, like, that's great that she's really awesome there, but she could be really awesome there and actually not participating in this at all,
Van
right?
Lee is the most involved there. Teresa Castellanos, she's very involved and very vocal. She's one of those doers persons. I know that George Sanchez is, I haven't seen him that much of a doer, but he went there. I think Jorge, he has been super busy, so when I've been in delegate assembly, he's been always doing something else and step in, step out.
Yeah, he's spread things, got a lot of stuff.
Too much going on. I love how involved Shali is. Whatever she does, she does it on steroids. So she's one of the person that I think that if she's doing it, she's probably overdoing it.
Who would your 4 be? And then we can hear from
My
you.
personal slate will be, Naomi. I mean, she is a social worker. She's hardworking, and you know how she is. Like when she does something, she really hyper focused and does it very well. Shali is like that. Van Lee, I admire her from here to then. And I think my problem is who is the 4th, and all of the other 4 are pretty good, but I will go for Teresa for many reasons.
Okay, so that would be your 4.
The 4th one is where I have doubts.
Yeah, less sure, but those first 3 and then probably that.
Those 3 were my favorites. The 3rd, I don't know. I love them all. I think Teresa will be very good.
Bridget, what about
Okay, so for me, I agree with 3 of Isabel's 4. Like for Naomi, the social worker component is great, and Shali as well as CCSB president. We are really stacking the north side of the delegates if we do, like in that, because Shali and Jessica are like from Los Altos, even though Jessica represents this whole side of the county. Jessica's from the north side of the county, so it is a little uncomfortable, but because she's gonna be SCCSBA president, it would be really helpful if she was there, so she could get that extra boost of like what's going on, because as president, you're doing all the programming for all the meetings that happen
So
for the
Naomi
county.
and Vaishali are
Those 2, and then I really feel strongly about Teresa because she would be the absolutely only South Side representative on delegate assembly for everything, and with everything that's going on in immigration. I think she is a very positive voice there. For Vaughn, George, and Jorge, those 3, I am just torn because I really do love them all. And I think that I do want to make the comment about like who's in the room at delegate assembly. So delegate assembly the more like Vaughn works, and so sometimes Vaughn can only come one day, sometimes George comes one day, sometimes Jorge comes one day, but like all those people in the room, like people who are working people who are working in social work or, you know, in education or whatever they're doing, their own business, they're bringing their lens, and so like they're not like they're if we don't invite them there, you know, they're not gonna get to do some of the voting and like answer questions and insert into policy, then we're just never gonna get people, like real people who are not like retired or like stay-at-home people, like we're not gonna get them there if we don't say like, you know, it's like you don't have to be at every single thing, like be there for the voting and be there for the policy. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so who's your number 4?
That's not swaying it for me, so for me, I don't know, I'm kind of, I don't know, I really like them all, and I don't know, I kind of, when you saw the speeches out of Vaughn, Jorge, and George, Elizabeth, I don't think is in the running for me, just based on experience and stuff. So out of those 3, if you saw at the meeting, who gave the best speech or like presented themselves?
So George wasn't there, he didn't, I mean, he was there, but he didn't, his lamb was there, so like.
He didn't say anything?
He wasn't there when it was time to speak.
Right. Yes, and he came at the end after like 5 times when we were closing. Then he came and said something, but it was like half
I
the
had
people
logged
had
off by
left.
then, yeah, I had logged off.
Most people had he left like the screen open with the scene.
Okay, so Vaughn or Jorge, what do you think?
I mean, I'd go for Jorge for his indigenous person's lens, and, you know, I just think it's pretty amazing what he's done policy-wise at his local district. So I like him personally, and just in terms of speaking, that's who I'd go with, but I never met Vaughn, so.
Well, and then also I think her thing though, I don't want 3 people from our county office of ed on there.
And Vaughn Lee is from, for Vaughn, she's from East Side High School District, which is a huge district, right? Like it's like running for big office, so, yeah, I do like Jorge's very dynamic, and he's got a great story.
Yeah. But he's involved in a lot of things and doing good in the Heather's races.
He's there, well, the other thing is that he is there anyway, right? Like if you invited Vaughn to be on delegate assembly, she wouldn't also, like, she would be there, but she wouldn't, like, or he would be there early anyway, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think based on.
I'm okay with either one.
Yeah,
I love them both.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah,
gonna
they're all
thank
good
George
people.
for not showing up for his thing, cause that was narrowing it down.
Made it easier for us. I think based on your comments, we should go Teresa, Naomi, Vaishali, and Vaughn.
So those, I know that you don't know them, and they are all, the trustees. But you like, you know them?
No, I don't, but just based on what you guys are saying, I thought George would be.
He didn't.
He didn't come.
He didn't.
He didn't show.
So at the very end, so what they're saying is, so last night there was a county school board association meeting, and all of them had an opportunity to share, and he wasn't there when it was the time. So we're saying if it's really, right, like he's great, but then that is the one strike against him, right, I guess.
So can I ask about, like, Vaughn is Vietnamese, right? So what's the representation, like, their Vietnamese woman?
Well, Naomi is head of APISMA, but she's Japanese, and Naomi does not have a guaranteed on by any means. Okay, and then if you look at who's already there, let's say Naomi.
Just give me a time check, we got 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Everybody here is a minority except Elizabeth.
And Carol.
Elizabeth, we are not counting her because she's very new and she's not involved in other things so far.
Yeah, I think give her a little more time and then maybe she
If you give her 1 year, because she's really willing and she's starting to move things, in 1 year, everybody's gonna know her. But If you are gonna just vote for somebody who's
No, we don't do it.
everybody there.
Well, so right now on delegate assembly, the way delegate assembly is right now, Von Lay is the only Asian American on delegate assembly. Unless,
From our county.
from our county. So from our county, she's the only one, but we would be hoping that Shelley and Naomi would get on.
But I
right?
think South is not gonna vote for them, so there's a good possibility they will.
Yeah. And then the east side will vote for east side.
Yeah.
Jorge is also part Korean, he started a Korean.
That's right. I will make a motion. Can I do that?
Sure.
May I make a motion for us to vote for Teresa Castellanos, Naomi Nakano Matsumoto, Jorge Pacheco Jr., and Shelley Shirkey.
Can you repeat those again, please?
Teresa Castellanos, Naomi Nakano Matsumoto, Jorge Pacheco Jr., and Shelley Shirkey.
Okay, I'll second, then we can vote. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, aye. All those nays?
Nay.
Okay. Evelyn?
Did she get abstained?
So she's not, she's abstaining.
Because she doesn't know
Okay,
anybody else.
so let's, okay, so, I'm gonna suggest that we change it to Von Lay, and then we're just voting for an all-woman slate to identify with our all-woman board. And they can just take it or leave it, they get who they want.
You know, I
And
didn't
let's just
know
do it.
that.
You say, like, why did we do it? Well, we voted for all women. Let's just say that. Even though they're all lovely, all things being equal.
We do
Can
like
I modify your motion?
I will modify my motion to swap
Or
out.
that one failed, or do we
Okay,
make a new
you
one?
made a new.
I'll make a new one. I'll make
Yeah.
a motion to nominate Naomi Nakano Matsumoto, Shelley Surkey, Teresa Castellanos, and Von Lay.
A second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, aye, let's go. Okay,
Sorry,
we're done.
Jorge, we do like you.
Yeah, we love them all, and George.
Yeah.
Okay, George is also extremely cool, and Elizabeth, okay, they're all wonderful
They're
people.
all
Future
watching.
meetings in a they're gonna watch it, it's on video. Okay, because they wanna know. Future meetings, actually, there's 2 future meetings, so that it says on the agenda here, it's March 13th. There's also a meeting Tuesday, March 4th,
That's a special meeting.
as a special meeting at 6 p.m. The next regular meeting is Tuesday, March 13th at 6 p.m. and it is 10:28 and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Marisa.
Thank you, good night. Do you want this to stay for the head?
Yep.